London, 1888. A city wrapped in fog and fear. In the gaslit alleys of Whitechapel, footsteps echoed through the night, slow, deliberate, and unseen. A predator moved among the desperate and the forgotten, leaving behind not just victims, but questions that have haunted humanity for over a century. Who was he? A surgeon with dark secrets? A nobleman hiding behind power? Or something far more disturbing? An ordinary man cloaked in the anonymity of the crowd? For 5 nights, terror ruled the heart of London, and when the mist lifted, the killer was gone, leaving behind only silence, speculation, and a legend that would never die. This is not just a story of murder. It's the story of obsession, mystery, and the birth of modern fear. Tonight, we descend into the shadows. Welcome to the world of Jack the Ripper. If you'd like more stories like this to appear on your page, please like, comment where you are watching from, and subscribe. There are 15 chapters in this series, each with one picture looping gently. Just close your eyes, relax, and let's dive into the story together. Now let's begin. Chapter 1: Shadows over Whitechapel, London in 1888. The year was 1888, and London stood at the height of its power as the greatest city of the British Empire. The polished grandeur of the West End, with its theaters, clubs, and fine houses, presented a world of elegance and prosperity. Yet only a few miles to the east, another London existed, gritty, overcrowded, and shrouded in shadows. This was Whitechapel, a district where fog clung to the narrow alleys, where gas lamps burned faintly through the night air, and where the cries of vendors mixed with the heavy footsteps of workers returning from exhausting labor. It was here, among the grime and poverty, that one of history's darkest figures would emerge. The world would come to know him only by a name whispered with dread: Jack the Ripper. Whitechapel was a place of contradictions. It bustled with life, yet it seemed perpetually close to despair. Tens of thousands of immigrants crowded into lodging houses and damp rooms, seeking work and survival in a city that offered them little. Poverty pressed in on every street, driving many women into desperate circumstances. For some, the only way to earn a living was through prostitution, standing in darkened doorways or patrolling the narrow thoroughfares. Alcohol flowed heavily in taverns and gin palaces, offering a brief escape from hunger and hardship, but it also bred violence, arguments, and despair. Disease lurked in the filth of the streets, and hunger gnawed at the bones of families. It was in this environment of desperation and vulnerability that the Ripper's shadow would soon fall. The police presence in Whitechapel was constant, but not always trusted. Officers patrolled the maze-like lanes, but the sheer density of the population made control nearly impossible. Crime was rampant, from petty theft to violent assaults, and the police were often seen as powerless or uninterested in protecting the poorest residents. Into this setting stepped an unknown figure who would exploit every weakness of the East End: the anonymity, the desperation, the dimly lit corners, and the silence of those too frightened to speak out. What made the story unforgettable was not just the brutality of the murders, but the stage upon which they were set. Whitechapel itself became as much a character in the drama as the women who lost their lives and the killer who remained unseen that night. The streets took on an especially eerie character. Gas lamps cast pale halos of light, barely strong enough to pierce the fog that drifted in from the Thames. Sounds echoed strangely through the alleys: horse hooves clattering on cobblestones, the creak of carriage wheels, the distant murmur of conversations. Women in tattered shawls walked quickly, glancing over their shoulders, while men disappeared into taverns with the heavy smell of beer and smoke drifting into the air. It was a world where danger seemed ever present, Yet no one could have predicted the horrors about to unfold in the late summer of 1888. To understand the fear that gripped London during those months, one must imagine the contrast of the city. In the wealthier districts, families read about the murders in their morning newspapers with a mixture of horror and fascination, as if the killings belonged to a world far removed from their own. But for those living in Whitechapel, the terror was immediate and intimate. Each narrow alley could hide a predator. Each shadow seemed alive. Every knock on a lodging house door could bring news that another woman had been found butchered in the night. The social tensions of the time cannot be overlooked. Whitechapel was filled with immigrants, particularly Jewish refugees fleeing persecution in Eastern Europe. This influx led to suspicion and resentment from some Londoners, and the murders only deepened those divides. Rumors spread quickly, pointing fingers at outsiders, at strange tradesmen, or at anyone who seemed different. The murders not only exposed the vulnerability of the women who lived in the East End, but also magnified the prejudices and fears already simmering beneath the surface of Victorian society. Journalists descended upon the area as the killings began, their pens eager to capture the grisly details and their headlines designed to sell newspapers. The result was a storm of attention, speculation, and sensationalism. Whitechapel became a theater of horror, with crowds gathering near murder sites and whispers carrying from tavern to tavern. The press would play a key role in shaping how Jack the Ripper was remembered, but at this point in 1888, no one yet knew just how deeply his legend would carve itself into history. Before the killings began, Whitechapel had already been a place notorious for crime, poverty, and vice. Yet the murders transformed it into something more. The East End became a symbol of danger and dread, a place where the boundary between survival and death could be crossed in a single, terrifying moment. As August gave way to September of 1888, the tension in the air was thick, though the people living there could not have guessed how profoundly their lives, and the history of crime itself, were about to change. For in the shadows, someone was watching, waiting, and preparing to strike. The world was about to learn his name, not through confession or capture, but through letters, headlines, and whispered fear. And though more than a century would pass, his identity would remain one of history's most enduring mysteries. The stage was set, the victims unknowingly marked by fate, and the gaslit streets of Whitechapel would never again seem safe after Jack the Ripper stepped into the fog. The atmosphere of Whitechapel in the late 1800s was not merely one of poverty and hardship, but of overwhelming density, an almost crushing weight of humanity packed into narrow streets. Imagine rows of lodging houses where dozens of men and women shared beds and shifts, one taking a mattress when another left for work. The air was thick with the smell of coal smoke, damp walls, and the refuse of overcrowded lives. Children ran barefoot through streets littered with horse dung, discarded food scraps, and stagnant pools of rainwater. Against this background, Jack the Ripper did not enter into a quiet, orderly world. He entered a place where the boundaries of life and death were already blurred by poverty, disease, and crime, which is perhaps why his murders shook people so deeply. Here, violence was not unusual, but the savagery of his acts carried something beyond comprehension. To understand why his crimes terrified people, one must look at how vulnerable women in Whitechapel truly were. Many of the Ripper's victims were women who had slipped to the very bottom of society's ladder. They were often middle-aged, worn by hard labor, and surviving through prostitution when no other options remained. On any given night, dozens of women walked the streets for the price of a few pennies, just enough for a bed in a lodging house or a hot meal. Without money, some had no choice but to sleep outside, exposed to the cold, damp nights of East London. Their existence was precarious, balancing between hunger, shelter, and the constant threat of violence from drunken clients, pimps, or strangers. When the Ripper struck, he chose women who were easy targets, women whose desperate circumstances made them both visible and invisible at the same time. The streets themselves lent an eerie stage to his crimes. Whitechapel was a labyrinth, a puzzle of alleys and hidden yards. The layout of the district created countless dark corners where someone could disappear without a trace. Thick fog from the Thames added to the sense of danger, reducing visibility to only a few feet in front of one's face. At night, it was easy for footsteps to vanish into silence, and the cry of someone in danger might never carry far enough to bring help. This setting gave the Ripper exactly what he needed: cover, anonymity, and victims who were already ignored by much of society. But London at large was not ignoring Whitechapel entirely. The contrast between East and West was too stark. Journalists and social reformers often ventured into the East End to describe its conditions to the wider world, painting it as a place of misery that demanded attention. Some saw it as a moral failing, others as a sign of economic inequality, but nearly all described it as a place alien to the prosperous heart of London. When Jack the Ripper appeared, the murders seemed to confirm every fear that outsiders already held about Whitechapel, that it was a breeding ground for vice, crime, and unthinkable horrors. The police of the time, though armed with experience and determination, were limited by technology and resources. There was no fingerprinting, no DNA testing, and little understanding of criminal psychology. Investigations relied heavily on witness testimony and physical traces that could be easily overlooked. Officers walked their beats with lanterns, and though they knew the streets intimately, they were constantly battling against the tide of petty crimes and drunken disputes. When the Ripper's killings began, the challenge before them was monumental. Not only would they have to find a single man in a sea of thousands, but they would have to do so against a backdrop of chaos and suspicion. As the murders progressed, Whitechapel became a theater of both fear and fascination. Crowds gathered near the sites of the killings, drawn not only by morbid curiosity, but also by a deep sense of dread. Men and women whispered in pubs about the kind of man who could commit such acts, imagining monsters, foreigners, or perhaps someone living among them in disguise. The sense that the killer could be anyone, a neighbor, a passerby, even a policeman, deepened the terror. Trust dissolved, and the already fragile sense of community in Whitechapel began to erode under the weight of suspicion. The legend of Jack the Ripper would not have endured if not for the role of the newspapers. The press fed the public a steady stream of lurid details, each murder described with sensational language designed to shock. At a time when literacy was rising and cheap newspapers were widely available, the story of the Whitechapel murders spread far beyond London. Readers across Britain, and even abroad, followed each new development with morbid fascination. The killer was not just a murderer. He became a phantom haunting the pages of the daily press, his name etched into headlines that grew bolder with every attack. For those living in the East End, however, the story was not an abstract headline. Each victim was someone they might have seen or known. The women who died were not strangers to the streets of Whitechapel. They were neighbors, acquaintances, familiar faces in the dim gaslight. Their deaths struck deeply because they were reminders of the vulnerability that everyone in the district shared. To walk alone at night became an act of courage, and every unfamiliar figure in the fog could be the Ripper himself. In this way, Whitechapel in 1888 became both a stage and a prison, a place where thousands lived in fear and yet could not escape. The atmosphere of dread clung to the district long after the last known murder, staining its reputation for decades. The Ripper's crimes were not simply the work of a killer, but the creation of a legend shaped by poverty, fear, and the relentless eye of the press as the story unfolds. We return again and again to these streets of Whitechapel, because it is here, in the maze of alleys and tenements, that Jack the Ripper both lived and thrived as a shadow among shadows. He was not just a figure in the night. He was a reflection of the darkness that already dwelled in the city's underbelly. And while the wealthier classes would eventually leave Whitechapel behind in memory, the terror that began here would echo across the entire world. Chapter 2. The First Murder. Mary and Nichols and the Dawn of Fear. It was the early hours of August 31st, 1888, when Whitechapel awoke to a crime that would change history. On that night, the darkness was heavy, the air damp, and the fog rolled in silently from the river. The residents of Bucks Row, a narrow street lined with small houses and a warehouse, stirred uneasily in their beds, unaware that only yards away, the body of a woman lay still and lifeless. Her name was Mary Nichols, though many knew her as Polly, and her death would mark the beginning of the nightmare now remembered as the reign of Jack the Ripper. Polly Nichols was a woman of 43 years, and like many in Whitechapel, her life had been hard. Born into a working-class family, she married young, but her marriage collapsed under the weight of poverty and alcoholism. Separated from her husband and estranged from her children, she drifted through lodging houses, often unable to pay the few pennies required for a bed. Her life became a cycle of odd jobs, drinking, and prostitution, a cycle not uncommon for women in the East End, where survival often depended on nightly earnings. On that final evening, Polly was seen in the company of other women, laughing lightly despite her dire circumstances. She reportedly boasted that she had earned her DOS money 3 times already that night, but had spent it all on drink. She intended to go out again to earn enough for shelter. Sometime around 2:30 in the morning, she was last seen alive, walking along Whitechapel Road. She wore a tattered bonnet, a long dark skirt, and a jacket too thin for the night chill. The streets were dim, with only the weak glow of gas lamps marking the way. At that hour, most of the city slept, leaving the streets to the poor, the homeless, and those who conducted business under cover of darkness. It was into this world that the killer stepped. Somewhere in those shadowed lanes, Polly met the man who would end her life with chilling precision around 3:40 a.m. A cart driver named Charles Cross was on his way to work when he noticed what he thought was a tarpaulin lying by the side of the road in Bucks Row. Curious, he stepped closer and realized it was the body of a woman. Another passerby, Robert Paul, soon joined him, and together they examined the figure lying motionless on the ground. In the poor light, they believed she was still alive, merely unconscious. Her skirts had been pulled up, but modesty prevented them from investigating further. They pulled her clothing down and hurried to alert a constable. When Police Constable John Neal arrived moments later, he shone his lantern onto the body and quickly realized the truth. Mary Nichols was not simply unconscious. She had been murdered with terrifying brutality. Her throat had been slashed twice, the cuts so deep that they nearly severed her head. Further examination revealed her abdomen had been savagely mutilated, with deep gashes stretching across her stomach. The violence was unlike anything the constables had seen before. It was not the simple violence of robbery or drunken assault. It was methodical, grotesque, and chilling in its precision. The body was soon transported to the nearby Whitechapel Workhouse Infirmary, where a post-mortem confirmed the horrific nature of the attack. The wounds suggested a level of skill, or at least familiarity with anatomy, leading some to speculate that the killer might have been a butcher a surgeon, or someone accustomed to handling knives. But the sheer ferocity of the attack made it clear that this was not just a killing. It was a statement, though no one yet knew what it meant. Word of the murder spread quickly through the district. Residents awoke to the news that a woman had been butchered on their doorstep, and fear settled heavily over the community. For the women who walked the streets at night, the message was unmistakable. There was someone out there willing to kill with unimaginable cruelty. Yet even then, no one could guess that Polly Nichols was only the first. The police investigation began immediately. Constables retraced Polly's last known movements, questioning witnesses and piecing together fragments of her final hours. Several people had seen her in Whitechapel Road shortly before her death, but none could describe the man she was with, if indeed she had been with anyone. In the early stages, the police treated the case as they would any other murder. But whispers began to spread. The brutality of the wounds suggested something far more sinister, something beyond the ordinary crimes of Whitechapel. In the pubs and lodging houses, speculation grew, and the fear that this was no isolated killing began to take hold. The newspapers seized upon the story. Within hours, reports of the murder filled their pages, describing the gory details in lurid prose. "Horrible murder in Whitechapel," one headline declared, while another spoke of ghastly mutilation. The East End had long been regarded by wealthier Londoners as a place of vice and danger, but this murder seemed to crystallize their fears. The poor of Whitechapel were already looked down upon as living outside the moral order of the city. Now, the district was branded as the hunting ground of a monster. Polly's death revealed more than just the cruelty of her killer. It exposed the deep divides in London society. For the wealthy, her murder was a spectacle, something to be read about over breakfast and discussed in drawing rooms. For the poor of Whitechapel, it was an omen that their already perilous lives were now under the shadow of something darker. Polly Nichols was not the first woman in the East End to die violently, but the particular horror of her death set it apart. It was as if a storm had broken, and few realized it would only intensify in the days that followed. The police worked tirelessly, but leads were scarce. Witnesses disagreed on details, and no clear suspect emerged. For the authorities, it was a troubling case, but they hoped it would be an isolated event. They could not have been more wrong. Within days, the killer would strike again, and the city of London would descend further into fear and panic, realizing that Polly Nichols's death was not the end, but the beginning. In the aftermath of Polly Nichols's murder, Whitechapel found itself transformed into a place where every shadow carried suspicion. The body had been discovered in Bucks Row, a narrow and dimly lit street tucked away in the sprawl of East London. Yet the implications of her death reached far beyond the cobbled stones where her blood had been spilled. The murder was not only a personal tragedy, but a symbol of a larger terror that now gripped the East End. Polly's death shocked many because it highlighted how vulnerable women in her position truly were. She was not a stranger to Whitechapel. Like countless others, she was a woman caught in the relentless machinery of poverty. She sought nightly shelter in lodging houses, carrying all her worldly possessions on her back, and selling herself when there were no other options. In life, she was one of many anonymous figures drifting through the streets. In death, she became the first victim in a series that would horrify the world. The cruel irony was that her murder gave her more recognition in death than she had ever received in life. The police attempted to reconstruct her final movements. Witnesses placed her in Whitechapel Road shortly before her body was discovered. She had been seen leaving the Frying Pan pub on Brick Lane around midnight, in good spirits, though already drunk. Later, she was noticed by a lodging house deputy, who turned her away for lack of funds. Polly promised she would soon earn the money she needed. It was the last promise she ever made. The brutality of her wounds became the first clue that this was no ordinary killing. The cuts to her throat were not tentative. They were savage, powerful, and deliberate. Whoever wielded the knife had struck with confidence, as though accustomed to handling a blade. Her abdominal mutilations, though less extensive than those of later victims, hinted at a darker obsession. They suggested that the killing was not only about ending a life, but about enacting a ritual of violence, a methodical expression of cruelty that would only escalate. At the time, however, investigators could not see the full pattern. They examined Polly's wounds in isolation, not realizing that her murder was merely the opening act of something far larger. When her body was viewed at the mortuary, the coroner, Dr. Llewellyn, remarked on the skill with which the cuts had been made. He believed the killer had anatomical knowledge, perhaps a butcher, perhaps a medical man. The idea that a surgeon or doctor could be stalking the streets of Whitechapel sent chills through the public. It suggested not just a murderer, but a predator with intelligence and precision, someone who blended education with madness. This was no drunken brawler lashing out in a fit of rage. This was a calculated act of slaughter. The inquest into Polly's death brought further attention. Her estranged husband testified about their separation, her alcoholism, and her descent into poverty. For the court, it was a tragic story, but not an unfamiliar one. Countless women in London shared similar fates, drifting into obscurity as their lives unraveled. What set Polly apart was the brutality of her end. Her name now entered the record as the first of the so-called canonical five, though at the time no one could have known that 4 more women would follow her into history. For the people of Whitechapel, fear deepened with each retelling of her death. Women who walked the streets at night became more cautious, yet poverty offered little choice. They still ventured out, but they looked over their shoulders more often, scanned the faces of strangers more carefully, and clutched their thin shawls tighter against the chill. Men in pubs debated whether the killer was a local man, someone hiding in plain sight, or a stranger who slipped in and out of the district under cover of night. The lack of answers made the terror worse, for an unseen enemy was always more frightening than one who could be named. The press, eager to fuel the growing fire of fear, printed every possible detail. They described Polly's injuries with lurid precision, feeding the public's appetite for horror. They speculated about the killer's identity, offering theories that ranged from crazed lunatics to vengeful foreigners. The newspapers transformed the case from a local tragedy into a national obsession. Middle-class readers who had never set foot in Whitechapel now felt they knew its alleys intimately, thanks to the vivid prose of journalists who painted it as a den of vice and squalor. This coverage was not without consequences. It turned Whitechapel into a stage, and every new murder into a performance for a fascinated public. It also put pressure on the police, who found themselves under scrutiny from both the press and the public. The failure to solve Polly's murder quickly was seen as incompetence, though in truth, the odds were stacked against them. With no forensic science and few reliable witnesses, the chances of catching a killer who struck at random in the fog were slim. As days passed without an arrest, Polly's murder began to fade into the background for some. Whitechapel was no stranger to violence, and though her death had been gruesome, there was always another crime, another tragedy to occupy attention. But beneath this fading interest lay a current of unease. Something about Polly's murder was different, something more sinister. When Annie Chapman was killed just over a week later, the pattern became undeniable, and London awoke to the terrifying realization that they were in the grip of a serial killer unlike any they had ever known. In retrospect, The killing of Mary and Nichols was the spark that ignited what would become known as the Autumn of Terror. Her death marked the beginning of a series of murders that would expose the darkest fears of a society already burdened with inequality and mistrust. She was the first of many women whose lives were cut short by a figure who thrived in the shadows, whose identity remains cloaked in mystery. And though she lived and died as one of London's forgotten poor, her name is remembered today as the first victim of Jack the Ripper, the faceless specter who turned the streets of Whitechapel into a hunting ground. Chapter 3. A Pattern in Blood. The death of Annie Chapman. The death of Mary and Nichols had barely begun to settle into the restless memory of Whitechapel when the killer struck again. Only 8 days later, on September 8, 1888, another woman's body was found in the dim gray light of morning, and the horror that had first seemed like a singular tragedy began to reveal itself as something far darker. The victim was Annie Chapman, and her murder not only deepened the terror in the East End, but also confirmed the dreadful truth that London was facing a serial killer. Annie Chapman was 47 years old, a woman whose life told the familiar tale of hardship that so many in Whitechapel shared. Born into a working-class family, she had once lived a more stable existence. She was married, the mother of 3 children, and for a time she managed to sustain a modest life. But tragedy shadowed her path. One of her children died young, her marriage crumbled under the weight of poverty and alcohol, and her health began to decline. By 1888, she was living on the margins of survival, moving between lodging houses, earning pennies by crocheting, selling flowers, or occasionally resorting to prostitution when no other option remained. Consumption and alcoholism left her frail, yet she carried on with the resilience of someone who had long known hardship. On the evening of September 7th, Annie had been staying at Crossingham's lodging house on Dorset Street, one of the most notorious streets in Whitechapel. The deputy keeper recalled that Annie had not earned enough money for her bed that night. She spent her last coins on a little beer, perhaps to dull the ache of her body and the worry of her mind. At about 2 o'clock in the morning, she was seen leaving the lodging house, saying she would soon return with the money she needed for shelter. Those words would be her final known intentions. Hours later, as dawn approached, the body of Annie Chapman was discovered in the backyard of 29 Hanbury Street. The scene was gruesome, far beyond what had been inflicted on Polly Nichols. Annie's throat had been cut deeply, severing her windpipe and nearly decapitating her. Her abdomen had been laid open with shocking brutality, and several of her organs had been removed. The mutilations were precise, deliberate, and chillingly methodical. Unlike Polly's killing, where the mutilations had been less extensive, Annie's death made it clear that the killer's violence was escalating. He was not only murdering, but performing acts that suggested a twisted fascination with anatomy. John Davis, the man who found Annie's body, had stepped into the yard that morning at around 6 a.m., intending to fetch water. What he saw instead was a sight so horrifying that he immediately ran into the street shouting for the police. The neighbors gathered quickly, and soon the scene was crowded with horrified onlookers. When the police arrived, they examined the body and realized they were dealing with something far beyond ordinary crime. The postmortem was carried out by Dr. George Bagster Phillips, who concluded that Annie's wounds were inflicted by someone with anatomical knowledge. The removal of specific organs, particularly the uterus, suggested not random violence, but purpose. The implications were chilling. Was the killer a doctor, a medical student, or a butcher with some knowledge of dissection? Or was it the work of a madman whose obsession happened to mimic surgical precision? The ambiguity only deepened the fear. Annie's last hours were pieced together during the inquest. Several witnesses claimed to have seen her in the early morning hours. One woman, Elizabeth Long, testified that she saw Annie speaking with a man near Hanbury Street around 5:30 a.m. She described him as of foreign appearance, shabbily dressed, and of middle age. They stood close together, speaking softly, and though she could not hear the words, she heard the man ask, "Will you?" and Annie reply, "Yes." Moments later, Annie must have walked into the yard of number 29, where she met her end. The murder of Annie Chapman confirmed what many had begun to fear after Polly Nichols's death, that a killer was stalking the women of Whitechapel, targeting those most vulnerable, and striking with increasing brutality. The press seized upon the horror, filling their columns with lurid details and speculations. Headlines screamed of the Whitechapel fiend and the monster in our midst. The phrase Jack the Ripper had not yet been coined, but the seeds of the legend were being sown. For the people of the East End, the fear was no longer abstract. Annie had been killed not in some dark, deserted alley, but in a backyard, a place where families lived and children played. The killer had struck boldly, in a location where discovery was a real risk. This suggested either incredible daring or an unshakable confidence that he would not be caught. Either way, the message to the residents of Whitechapel was terrifying. Nowhere was safe. The mutilations of Annie Chapman also drew new theories. Some suggested the murders were ritualistic, the work of someone with a pathological need to kill and dissect. Others whispered darker theories, involving secret societies, black magic, or a conspiracy to collect human organs. These speculations, fueled by fear and fascination, would only grow in the months ahead, especially as more murders followed. But in September of 1888, the simple fact was that two women had now been killed in strikingly similar ways. The police, already criticized for their inability to solve Polly Nichols's murder, now faced growing outrage. The public demanded answers, but none were forthcoming. The killer was still at large, and the streets of Whitechapel grew more tense with every passing night. Women hesitated before venturing out alone, and whispers of suspicion spread like wildfire through the pubs, lodging houses, and marketplaces. Every strange face, every man with a medical bag, every shadow in the fog became a possible suspect in death. Annie Chapman joined Polly Nichols as a symbol of both vulnerability and terror. Her life, marked by hardship and decline, ended in a way that ensured she would be remembered not for who she was, but for how she died. Together, the two murders formed a pattern, and that pattern suggested something grim. A killer was not simply passing through, but was committed to a campaign of violence. The city would soon give this killer a name, but even before it did, his legend was already forming in the fearful imagination of London. The investigation into Annie Chapman's death took on an urgency that was palpable in Whitechapel. For the Metropolitan Police, the brutality of her killing signaled that the first murder of Mary and Nichols had not been an isolated act of violence, but part of a grim series. The similarities were too striking to ignore: the deep throat cuts, the abdominal mutilations, and the vulnerable status of the victim. These were not coincidences, but deliberate acts pointing to one calculating hand. As word of the crime spread, Whitechapel descended into a state of mounting panic, and the pressure on the police grew to unbearable levels. The inquest. Dr. George Bagster Phillips, who had examined Annie's body, provided testimony that stunned those present. He stated firmly that the killer must have possessed some anatomical knowledge. The organs removed from Annie had been taken with a precision that suggested not blind rage, but skill. This conclusion sent ripples through the press and public alike. Could the murderer be a surgeon, a medical student, or perhaps a butcher accustomed to cutting flesh with speed and accuracy? The speculation grew louder, and with it came suspicion directed toward anyone who fit the description of a man with knives or medical instruments. Witness accounts became the focus of the investigation. Elizabeth Long's testimony about seeing Annie with a man shortly before her death drew intense attention. The man's vague description, middle-aged, of foreign appearance, dressed shabbily, was too broad to pin down a suspect, yet it fed into growing xenophobic fears within the East End. Migrant workers and foreign tradesmen became the targets of suspicion, with angry mutterings in pubs and lodging houses turning quickly into prejudice. For many residents, the faceless monster in their midst was now imagined as a stranger from outside their community. This sentiment was only intensified by the press, which fanned the flames by suggesting that the killer might be a foreigner who had slipped unnoticed into the overcrowded slums of London. The backyard of 29 Hanbury Street itself provided little in the way of concrete evidence. The yard had been trampled by neighbors, curious onlookers, and police officers in the chaotic aftermath of the discovery. Whatever clues might have been left behind were quickly muddied by the crowd. Still, investigators noted that Annie's belongings, a few coins, a comb, a piece of muslin, had been carefully placed beside her body. This odd detail suggested something ritualistic or deliberate in the killer's actions, as though he were arranging the scene with purpose. It was not simple robbery, for nothing of real value was taken. The murder was the objective, and the mutilation was central to that purpose. Public reaction was fierce. Newspapers seized upon the details, describing Annie's injuries in graphic prose designed to shock and horrify readers. The brutality of the murder became a point of fascination, with the press competing to provide the most sensational headlines. This in turn amplified the fear in Whitechapel, where women of the streets now lived under the constant shadow of a killer who seemed to strike at random, yet with terrifying certainty. Policemen patrolled more visibly, but their presence provided little comfort. The killer had already shown he could strike quickly and vanish without a trace. In the days that followed, Annie's murder began to reveal the deeper psychological terror of the case. While Polly Nichols's death had been shocking, it was Annie's mutilations that suggested escalation. Experts speculated that the killer was not satisfied with killing alone, but was compelled to desecrate the body afterward. This chilling detail hinted at a disturbed mind driven by urges far beyond ordinary violence. The fact that he had removed organs implied a purpose, though whether that purpose was scientific, ritualistic, or purely pathological remained unknown. The coroner, Win Baxter, presided over Annie Chapman's inquest and entertained the theory that the organs had been taken for medical purposes. He even suggested that they could have been sold on the black market, or certain specimens were valuable to collectors or anatomists. The idea that a killer was harvesting organs in the alleys of Whitechapel was horrifying, yet it captured the public imagination and spread rapidly. Suddenly, the East End was not just home to a murderer, but possibly to a madman with a grotesque trade in human remains. As the inquest unfolded, details of Annie's last days painted a picture of a woman caught in the relentless grip of poverty and illness. Witnesses recalled her fragile health, her frequent drinking, and her struggle to find money for lodging. She was described as quiet and polite, but weary, her body weakened by disease and hardship. The image was heartbreaking, for it reminded Londoners that behind the sensational headlines, the victims were women who had lived difficult lives, brought down not only by circumstance, but by a society that had left them vulnerable on the streets. The significance of Annie Chapman's murder cannot be overstated. It marked the point at which the killings of Whitechapel ceased to be seen as isolated crimes and began to be recognized as a serial pattern. The city now knew that a predator stalked the night, targeting women like Annie, and that he would not stop with two. The very escalation in mutilations suggested that the killer was developing his gruesome craft, refining his methods, and taking ever greater risks. Despite the growing fear, life in Whitechapel continued much as it always had. The lodging houses still filled at night, the markets bustled by day, and women still walked the streets in search of customers. But beneath the daily rhythm was a current of dread. Men cast suspicious glances at strangers, women looked over their shoulders more often, and children whispered about the monster who lurked in the fog. The sense of normalcy was punctured by the knowledge that the killer had not been caught, and with each passing day, the likelihood of another murder seemed to grow. For the police, Annie Chapman's death was a humiliating reminder of their failure. They increased their patrols, questioned hundreds of suspects, and followed countless leads, yet nothing brought them closer to the killer. The maze-like alleys of Whitechapel, the sheer number of transient residents, and the lack of forensic tools made the task nearly impossible. The murderer was a shadow, moving in and out of the darkness, leaving behind only horror and speculation. And so, Annie Chapman was laid to rest, her funeral attended quietly by her family and a small circle of mourners. Yet in the streets where she had lived and died, her name became entwined with the legend that was forming. She was no longer only Annie, the woman who had once crocheted, sold flowers, and struggled against illness. She was now the second victim in a series that would make history. Her death, like Polly Nichols's, was the work of the man who would soon be called Jack the Ripper. The murders had crossed the threshold from tragedy into infamy, and London braced itself for what was to come. The killer had struck twice, and the pattern of blood was unmistakable. This was only the beginning. Chapter 4: Letters from Hell. The Ripper's First Communications. By September of 1888, the streets of Whitechapel lived under the heavy weight of fear. Two women had been slain in grotesque fashion, and though the police maintained a visible presence, the figure who committed these crimes seemed to walk invisibly among the crowds. Newspapers carried the details in bold type, and it was through these very newspapers that the case began to take a strange turn. For while the people of London trembled at the thought of the killer stalking their streets, the killer, or someone wishing to be him, began to speak back. And his voice would come in the form of letters written in a cruel, mocking tone that would forever bind the crimes to a name now etched into history: Jack the Ripper. The first communications attributed to the killer arrived at Central News Agency, a press office in the heart of London. The agency served as a clearinghouse for stories and correspondence that could be distributed quickly to various newspapers. In late September 1888, they received a letter written in striking red ink, addressed in a style that was both taunting and theatrical. It began with words that would soon echo through history: "Dear Boss." The "Dear Boss" letter was unlike anything the police or press had yet encountered in the case. Its author mocked the authorities, sneering at their inability to capture him. He gloated about the murders and hinted that more women would soon meet the same fate. The letter bore an almost gleeful cruelty, with the writer declaring that he loved his work and could not stop himself. It was chilling in its casual dismissal of human life, and it revealed a mind that enjoyed playing with fear as much as he enjoyed the act of killing. One passage in particular seared itself into the public consciousness. The writer promised to clip the lady's ears off as a sort of grisly signature for his next crime. He signed the letter not with his real name, but with the moniker that would forever become his legend: Jack the Ripper. This was the first time the name appeared, and it stuck instantly. The newspapers printed it in bold, the public whispered it in dread, and the killer, real or imagined, had just christened himself with a title that would never be forgotten: The publication of the letter set off a storm. Crowds flocked to newspaper stands, eager to read the killer's words for themselves. The sense of terror deepened, for now it was not only the murders themselves that haunted the people of London, but the awareness that the murderer was toying with them, mocking the authorities, and enjoying the game. The letter transformed the case from a string of killings into a theater of horror where the murderer himself played an active role in stoking fear. Yet doubts quickly arose. Was the letter truly written by the killer, or was it the work of a prankster seeking attention? The spelling, grammar, and tone suggested a writer who was either poorly educated or deliberately affecting such a style to disguise himself. The red ink, too, raised questions. Was it ordinary ink meant to shock readers into believing it was blood? Or could it have been something more sinister? The police could not be sure. Regardless of its authenticity, the letter achieved something extraordinary. It gave the murderer a voice, and that voice resonated in every home and street of London. The police, already struggling to solve the murders, now found themselves in a delicate position. If they ignored the letter, they risked being accused of incompetence. If they published it, they risked giving the killer the attention he craved. In the end, the letter was printed in newspapers, and the name, Jack the Ripper, spread like wildfire. What had once been the fear of an unnamed monster was now bound to a persona, one that seemed to thrive on notoriety. The public reaction was immediate and electric. The name carried with it a strange mixture of horror and fascination. Jack the Ripper was not simply a murderer. He was a phantom, a creature of the shadows who wrote letters to mock the living. It was as though he had stepped out of the mist of Whitechapel to declare himself immortal through ink and paper. Every woman who walked the streets, every man who read the morning headlines, felt the weight of those words. Jack was out there, and he was watching. Not long after the Dear Boss letter, another communication arrived, the so-called postcard. This short note, also received by the Central News Agency, continued the mocking tone of the first. It referenced recent events and hinted that another murder would soon follow. The brevity of the postcard, combined with its timing, gave it a sinister edge, as though the killer were offering a quick reminder that he was still at large. Once again, the public devoured the words, and once again, fear and fascination grew. The question of authorship remained unresolved. Some investigators believed the letters were genuine, pointing to the way the writer seemed to anticipate events. Others insisted they were the work of journalists or hoaxers eager to sell more papers. In truth, the authenticity of the letters would never be definitively proven. But regardless of who wrote them, their impact was undeniable. They transformed the case into a national obsession and elevated the killer from a faceless murderer into a figure of almost mythic terror. The letters also revealed something deeper about the psychology of the case. They suggested that the murderer, or at least someone pretending to be him, delighted not only in killing but in manipulating public fear. This duality, the violence on the streets and the taunting from the shadows, made the Ripper unlike any killer before him. He was not content to hide. He wanted to be known, to terrify, and to dominate the imagination of a city already on edge. As September turned into October, the tension in Whitechapel reached new heights. 2 women were dead, a killer prowled the night, and now letters from Jack the Ripper taunted the world. The stage was set for what would become one of the most infamous nights in the history of crime. A night when the Ripper would prove that his promises of further bloodshed were not empty threats, but grim realities written in flesh and shadow. The Dear Boss letter had already shaken the public imagination, but it was not the end of the correspondence. By the end of September 1888, the city had begun to live not only with the terror of footsteps echoing in dark alleys, but also with the creeping dread of words printed in newspapers, words that seemed to come directly from the killer himself. The letters gave the Ripper a personality, cruel, mocking, almost theatrical, and they blurred the line between reality and imagination. Was the murderer truly sending these communications, or were they clever forgeries? It hardly mattered to the people of London, for the effect was the same. The words made him larger than life, a phantom with ink-stained hands as much as blood-stained ones. One of the most notorious communications came shortly after the Dear Boss letter, and it would become known as the Saucy Jackie postcard. This short message, scrawled with a tone of gleeful arrogance, appeared to reference events that had only just occurred, claiming responsibility for the murders of two women and taunting the police for their failure. The timing of the postcard's arrival, combined with its reference to crimes that had only just been committed, led some investigators to believe that it may have been genuine. The writer boasted that the murders had happened pretty quick, as if reveling in the speed of his violence, and again signed off with the now familiar name, Jack the Ripper. The correspondence added a new dimension to the nightmare. It was no longer enough to fear the silent shadow of the killer lurking in foggy streets. Now he was speaking directly to the city, as if conducting a grim performance for an unwilling audience. The press delighted in printing every word, their circulation numbers climbing with each fresh revelation. The letters, with their grotesque humor and promises of future killings, gave the newspapers precisely the kind of sensationalism that fueled public fascination. Londoners could not look away. They read the Ripper's words as though they were glimpses into the mind of the monster himself. But it was in early October 1888 that the most infamous communication of all arrived, delivered not to a press office, but directly to the authorities. This was the so-called From Hell letter, which arrived in a small box addressed to George Lusk, head of the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee. Unlike the previous letters, written in red ink with a playful, taunting tone, this one was crudely written, filled with misspellings and violent imagery. It was accompanied by something far more disturbing, a small piece of human kidney preserved in alcohol. The letter claimed that it had been taken from one of the victims and offered to send the other half, if desired. Signed not with Jack the Ripper, but with the chilling phrase From Hell, the letter was the most terrifying of all. The effect on George Lusk and the Vigilance Committee was profound. The committee had been formed by local businessmen and residents frustrated with what they saw as the failure of the police. They patrolled the streets at night, armed with whistles and clubs, determined to protect their community. Yet the arrival of the letter reminded them of their powerlessness. Here was a killer who not only evaded police patrols, but also mocked those who tried to defend the neighborhood, sending grisly trophies to their very doorstep. The horror was no longer abstract. It was tangible, arriving in the form of a mutilated organ packed in a box. The authenticity of the From Hell letter and the kidney remains debated to this day. Some believe it was indeed sent by the Ripper himself, proof of his gruesome acts and his desire to taunt those who sought him. Others argue that it could have been the work of a medical student with access to human remains, a cruel hoax designed to intensify the terror. Yet in the moment, the people of Whitechapel and London at large were not concerned with scholarly debates. To them, it was horrifyingly real, and it confirmed their darkest fears about the killer's sadistic nature. The language of the From Hell letter was notably different from the earlier communications. Gone was the playful, mocking tone of Dear Boss and Saucy Jackie. Instead, the words seemed coarse, brutal, almost primitive. This shift has fueled speculation that either multiple people were responsible for the letters or that some were hoaxes while others were genuine. But whether the killer wrote all, some, or none of them, the result was the same. The legend of Jack the Ripper was amplified by every word to be why this point. The letters themselves had become a kind of parallel investigation. The police collected them, studied the handwriting, and tried to trace the origins of the paper and ink. Handwriting experts were consulted, but the results were inconclusive. The sheer volume of correspondence only made matters worse. By the end of 1888, police had received hundreds of letters purporting to be from the killer. Most were obvious hoaxes, written by individuals eager to insert themselves into the drama or to frighten neighbors. But the few letters that carried the right tone, the right timing, and the right kind of grisly detail kept investigators and the public gripped with the possibility that they were genuine messages from the murderer himself. For the press, the letters were invaluable. Each new publication drew in readers by the thousands, feeding a cycle of horror and fascination. The newspapers amplified the killer's persona, shaping him into not just a criminal, but a mythic figure of dread. The name Jack the Ripper spread far beyond London, carried across oceans in newspaper reports, ensuring that the crimes of Whitechapel would be remembered around the world. It was as much a creation of ink as of blood. For the people of Whitechapel, the effect was suffocating. It was one thing to fear a faceless murderer in the shadows, but another entirely to believe that the murderer was mocking them through the press, laughing at their fear, promising more blood. Each night the streets grew more dangerous in the imagination, and each day the newspapers confirmed that the killer was still free and still hungry. The letters deepened the paranoia, feeding the sense that Jack was everywhere and nowhere at once. What set the Ripper apart from ordinary criminals was not only his brutality, but his understanding, or at least the appearance of understanding. That crime could become theater. By writing letters, whether he truly did or whether others only imitated him, the story of the murders was transformed into a narrative with a voice. He was not silent. He was speaking, and his words, coupled with his actions, turned fear into legend. It was a sinister kind of performance, one that played not on a stage but in the collective imagination of a terrified city. The letters also changed the relationship between the killer and the police. They made the investigation not just a pursuit of a shadowy figure in the streets, but a contest of wills between the law and the killer's mocking pen. Each letter read like a challenge, a declaration that he was always one step ahead, that the authorities could never hope to catch him. Whether or not the killer actually wrote them, the police found themselves responding as though he had, which only cemented the killer's hold over the narrative. As October 1888 progressed, the letters and the killings combined to create an atmosphere of dread unlike anything London had experienced before. The city was trapped in a cycle of fear, crime, and communication, each feeding the other. And while the letters promised more violence, the streets of Whitechapel were about to experience exactly that. For the Ripper was not done. The worst was still to come, and his words had been only a prelude to the blood that would soon stain the cobblestones again. Chapter 5. The Double Event. Night of Two Murders. The streets of Whitechapel on the night of September 30th, 1888, were cloaked in fog, carrying with them a sense of unease that had become all too familiar. The summer had passed, yet the shadow of terror that the previous murders had cast over the East End lingered. For weeks, residents had walked the streets with caution, women clutching their shawls tightly and glancing over their shoulders, men scanning every alley and doorway. The police had increased their patrols, but the killer's audacity was growing. And on that night, the East End would be plunged into horror like never before. The events of that evening came to be known as the double event, a phrase later derived from a police note that referred to two murders in close succession. The first victim was Elizabeth Stride, a woman of 35 whose life had been marked by hardship and struggle. Like so many women in Whitechapel, she had endured poverty, illness, and the instability of working-class life. She had been married once, a brief union that ended in separation, leaving her to fend for herself. By the time of her death, she relied on casual work, including occasional prostitution, to survive. That Elizabeth's movements on the night of her death are partially reconstructed from witness statements. She had been seen walking along Berners Street in the early hours, apparently heading toward a familiar meeting place where she could earn a few pennies. She was dressed in dark clothing, with a long coat and a hat pulled low over her face. She walked alone, unremarkable in the throngs of people that still filled the streets. Yet in her ordinary movements lay the fatal vulnerability that would mark her as the next victim. At approximately 1 a.m., a man named Louis Deemshut saw Elizabeth on Dutfield's yard off Berners Street. She appeared to be conversing quietly with a man whose identity remained unknown. Moments later, she was discovered lying lifeless on the ground. Her throat had been cut, but, curiously, her body showed no other mutilations. This suggested a change in the killer's pattern or perhaps an interruption in his actions. The body was swiftly discovered by passers-by, who immediately summoned the authorities. Elizabeth Stride had become the third confirmed victim in what was now unmistakably a series of brutal killings. Barely an hour later, the East End would be rocked by a second murder on the same night, an event that ensured this evening would go down in history. Catherine Eddowes, a 46-year-old woman, became the fourth confirmed victim of the Ripper on that fateful night. Catherine's life, like that of so many others, had been filled with struggle. She was known to frequent lodging houses, spent much of her time drinking, and relied on casual work and prostitution to survive. Her past included several run-ins with the law, yet she had also shown resilience, moving through Whitechapel streets with a kind of weary determination. Catherine was discovered around 1:45 a.m. in Mitre Square, a dimly lit, almost deserted courtyard in the city of London, just a short distance from the borders of Whitechapel. Unlike Elizabeth Stride, Catherine's body bore the full signature of the killer's escalating violence. Her throat had been slashed, and her abdomen brutally mutilated. Several of her internal organs had been removed with a chilling precision, and her face was horrifically disfigured. The brutality of the attack indicated that the killer's confidence and ferocity had grown, and the city would now realize the full measure of the terror they faced. The discovery of Catherine Eddowes' body immediately led to a frantic response from the police. Constables rushed to the scene, cordoning off the area as word of the second murder spread like wildfire. Panic gripped the residents, who now faced the grim truth. The killer was not only at large but capable of striking multiple times in a single night. The idea that one person could commit such violence so quickly, moving from one crime scene to another, suggested an audacity and cunning that confounded investigators. This night, the so-called double event revealed several critical aspects of the killer's methods. First, the murders were no longer confined to a single borough. Elizabeth Stride was killed in the Whitechapel district, while Catherine Eddowes' murder occurred in Mitre Square, within the city of London. The movement across jurisdictional boundaries complicated the police investigation, as different forces were responsible for different areas. Coordination was poor, and communication between precincts was slow. The killer exploited these gaps, moving quickly and unpredictably, striking fear into communities and exposing flaws in law enforcement. Second, the contrast between the two murders on the same night offered chilling insights into the killer's behavior. Elizabeth Stride, whose body showed no mutilation beyond the fatal throat wound, suggested that the killer may have been interrupted or deterred. Catherine Eddowes, however, received the full ritualistic treatment, her body mutilated with surgical precision. This juxtaposition indicated a meticulous attention to detail, a psychological complexity, and perhaps a sadistic enjoyment derived from the act itself. The Ripper was not simply killing. He was performing, selecting his victims, and enacting his grotesque rituals according to an inner design that only he understood. The press seized upon the double event immediately, framing it as proof that the killer was a calculating monster, a creature who could operate with near-superhuman boldness. Newspapers ran headlines emphasizing the horror, dubbing him Jack the Ripper in large type, a name that now resonated with terror across the city. Public reaction was intense. Whitechapel's streets emptied after dark, and rumors of a shadowy figure prowling the fog-laden alleys spread quickly. The residents understood that the killer was no longer an abstract threat. He had demonstrated his capability to strike twice in one night, escalating the fear to nearly unbearable levels. Meanwhile, the police were under enormous pressure. Detectives from the Metropolitan Police and the City of London Police worked frantically, examining the scenes for evidence, questioning witnesses, and coordinating patrols across the districts. Yet the killer had left no identifying traces. There were no fingerprints, no reliable descriptions, and no clear motive beyond the grotesque satisfaction of murder. The audacity of the double event undermined public confidence in the authorities and highlighted the limitations of law enforcement in the face of a cunning and violent predator that in the aftermath of that night. A new level of vigilance took hold in Whitechapel. Residents formed informal watch groups, and local businessmen, fearing for their families and properties, organized patrols. The double horror of the murders forced the city to confront an unsettling truth. Jack the Ripper was not merely a criminal. He was a symbol of the darkness that lurked in the heart of Victorian London. The city, teeming with life and industry by day, became a landscape of fear by night, a stage upon which a remorseless figure enacted his deadly drama. The chilling reality of the double event sent shockwaves through both Whitechapel and the City of London. Within hours of the discovery of Catherine Eddowes, the streets seemed haunted, and rumors of the Ripper's presence spread like wildfire. Residents, already living in fear, became hypervigilant. Every passerby, every shadow, every footstep in the fog-laden alleyways was scrutinized. The audacity of a killer who could strike twice in one night transformed anxiety into a near-paralyzing terror. Londoners whispered that no one, not even the most cautious, was safe after dark. The immediate response of the authorities highlighted the tension between different police jurisdictions. The Metropolitan Police were responsible for Whitechapel, while the City of London Police oversaw Mitre Square. The movement of the killer across these areas created logistical challenges that hampered the investigation. Patrols were increased, street lighting was reviewed, and constables were instructed to maintain a visible presence. Despite these measures, the killer had demonstrated that he could exploit both human fear and bureaucratic gaps, reinforcing the perception that he was not only violent, but highly intelligent and methodical. For the public, the horror was amplified by the contrasting nature of the two murders. Elizabeth Stride, with her single fatal wound, suggested a crime interrupted, a victim spared the grotesque mutilation that had become associated with the Ripper. Catherine Eddowes, in stark contrast, bore the full horror of the killer's ritual. Her mutilations were extensive, her organs removed with precision, and her face disfigured in a manner that hinted at both rage and perverse skill. The juxtaposition of these two crimes on the same night revealed a pattern, suggesting that the killer's acts were not random but deliberate, even ceremonial. The discovery of Catherine's body in Mitre Square also offered investigators new and terrifying details. Her left kidney had been removed, and it was later reported that a portion of her uterus was missing as well. These details lent weight to the theory that the murderer had some anatomical knowledge, possibly surgical training, and that he was increasingly confident in his methods. The precision and consistency of the mutilations suggested that the killings were not the acts of a frenzied madman, but of someone carefully planning each step, executing each murder with a terrifying ritualistic component. Witnesses near Mitre Square provided fragments of evidence, but nothing definitive. Several individuals reported seeing a man loitering in the area, but descriptions varied widely. Some claimed he was middle-aged and of foreign appearance, while others suggested he was younger, with dark clothing. These conflicting reports highlighted the difficulty investigators faced in identifying the killer in a densely populated, chaotic urban environment. The fog and narrow alleys of Whitechapel provided ample cover for someone familiar with the streets, enabling the Ripper to appear and disappear at will. The press coverage following the double event intensified the public fascination and fear. Newspapers across London printed detailed accounts of the murders, emphasizing the gruesome nature of Catherine's mutilations and the audacity of the killer striking twice in a single night. The media's portrayal of the Ripper transformed him from a faceless criminal into a mythic figure, a phantom terror whose name, Jack the Ripper, was now firmly established in the public consciousness. Each new article spread the terror beyond the East End, reaching all corners of London and even extending internationally. As reports of the murders circulated in newspapers abroad, in response to public panic, local communities took measures to protect themselves. Businessmen and residents formed informal vigilante groups, patrolling the streets with clubs and whistles. Women were urged not to leave their homes alone after dark, and lodging housekeepers took extra precautions to monitor their guests. Despite these efforts, the Ripper's audacity had instilled a sense of inevitability. It seemed he could strike anywhere, at any time, leaving communities on edge and authorities powerless to predict his next move. The psychological impact of the double event was profound. Whitechapel, already a district marked by poverty and squalor, became a symbol of vulnerability and fear. Ordinary life continued during the day, but nightfall brought dread. Every alley became a potential hunting ground, every doorway a stage for the killer's sinister performance. The knowledge that the Ripper could kill twice in a single night shattered any illusion of safety, and the realization that he had deliberately chosen two victims in quick succession underscored the calculated nature of his crimes. The murders also revealed something about the Ripper's evolving methods. The difference between Elizabeth Stride's comparatively brief and clean killing and Catherine Eddowes' prolonged and ritualistic mutilation suggested that the killer might have been testing his own limits, refining his technique, or responding to circumstances in real time. This adaptability made him even more terrifying. The public and police alike were dealing not with a predictable criminal, but with a figure capable of improvisation, strategic thinking, and cruelty beyond comprehension. For the police, the double event was both a challenge and an embarrassment. Their inability to prevent the second murder, despite the heightened vigilance after Elizabeth Stride's death, exposed weaknesses in coordination, intelligence gathering, and rapid response. Detectives were forced to confront the reality that the killer was not merely lucky but calculating, moving quickly and confidently through crowded streets, exploiting both human error and urban chaos. The frustration and fear mounted as they realized that the Ripper was not only striking with precision, but also taunting the very structures designed to stop him. By morning, the streets of Whitechapel bore the weight of the night's horrors. Catherine Eddowes' body was removed, the area cordoned off, and forensic examinations began, but the questions far outweighed the answers. Who was the Ripper? How could he commit such acts with impunity? And, perhaps most chillingly, when would he strike again? The double event had shattered any hope that the killings were isolated incidents. The city now understood that it faced a relentless predator, one who combined cunning, cruelty, and an almost theatrical audacity, capable of turning the night into a theater of terror. The memory of that night would haunt Whitechapel for years. Residents spoke of the fog that seemed to carry whispers, of footsteps echoing on cobbled streets, of shadows that moved with intent. Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes became symbols of vulnerability, their deaths a stark reminder that the Ripper's reach was both intimate and indiscriminate. The streets of London had been transformed, if only temporarily, into a hunting ground where fear was as palpable as the mist that clung to every alley. The double event solidified Jack the Ripper's place in history, not merely as a murderer, but as a psychological phenomenon, a figure who manipulated fear as deftly as he wielded his knife. It was a night that would define the terror of the East End, a night that exposed the city's fragility, and a night that revealed the chilling ingenuity of a killer who would forever remain one of history's most enigmatic and terrifying figures. Chapter 6. Catherine Eddowes and the Gutter of Horror. Catherine Eddowes, the fourth confirmed victim of Jack the Ripper, became perhaps the most harrowing symbol of the murderer's escalating brutality. Her life, like so many women of Whitechapel, was filled with hardship, poverty, and the constant struggle to survive. Born in 1842, Catherine was 46 years old at the time of her death, her face lined with the marks of labor, deprivation, and personal misfortune. She had endured a life of instability, punctuated by periods of work and dependence on charity, and by the 1880s, she had become one of the women eking out survival through casual work and occasional prostitution. Her final hours were fragmented in the accounts of witnesses, but the story that emerges is one of ordinary life interrupted by extraordinary violence. Catherine had been seen throughout the evening of September 29, 1888, in various parts of Whitechapel and Spitalfields. She drank in public houses, spoke briefly with acquaintances, and eventually made her way toward Mitre Square, a quiet courtyard tucked away from the more crowded thoroughfares. The fog lay thick over the streets that night, a ghostly shroud that made every shadow a potential threat, every figure a possible predator. Around 1:45 a.m., Catherine's life came to a catastrophic end. In Mitre Square, the killer struck with precision and ferocity. Her throat was cut deeply, ensuring immediate incapacitation, but it was the mutilations that followed which transformed her death into a grotesque tableau of horror. Her abdomen had been carved open, her internal organs removed in a manner that suggested not randomness, but a calculated understanding of anatomy. The kidney and portions of the uterus were taken, confirming suspicions that the murderer possessed some medical knowledge or at least an obsessive fascination with the human body. The discovery of Catherine Eddowes' body sent shockwaves through both the city of London and Whitechapel. Constables on patrol quickly cordoned off the area, while onlookers pressed against the barriers, their faces pale with fear and fascination. The scene was one of chaos and horror, with the city suddenly reminded of the audacity and cunning of Jack the Ripper. The murderer had struck not just boldly, but in a location that was closer to busy areas than the alleys and yards of previous murders. Mitre Square, though quiet at night, was bordered by offices, homes, and streets still alive with activity, highlighting the killer's brazen confidence and daring. Medical examination of the body, carried out promptly by officials, confirmed the terrifying nature of the crime. The precision of the mutilations suggested not the impulsive violence of a frenzied assailant, but the methodical actions of someone with careful planning or at least intimate familiarity with cutting human flesh. Observers noted the calmness with which the organs had been removed, the clean incisions, and the absence of chaotic slashing that might be expected in an untrained attacker. It was as though the murderer approached the act with both a ritualistic purpose and a chilling efficiency. Catherine's social circumstances provide important context for understanding her vulnerability. She had endured years of poverty, often moving between lodging houses and occasionally relying on shelters or charitable assistance. Her work, whether selling goods on the street or accepting men's company for money, exposed her to constant risk. In the dense, labyrinthine streets of Whitechapel, a woman alone at night was often considered an easy target. Catherine, despite her age and experience, fell victim to the same systemic vulnerabilities that had ensnared Polly Nichols, Annie Chapman, and Elizabeth Stride. The killer's ability to exploit these circumstances made his acts all the more terrifying. The investigation following Catherine Eddowes' death was immediate and intense. Police from both the Metropolitan Police and the City of London Police converged on Mitre Square, conducting inquiries and seeking witnesses. Some individuals reported seeing a man loitering nearby. Others remembered hearing footsteps or unusual noises in the fog. Yet despite the flurry of activity, nothing conclusive emerged. The killer had left little trace, exploiting the darkness and confusion to disappear before discovery. The contrast between Elizabeth Stride's interrupted murder and Catherine's fully realized mutilations underscored the Ripper's adaptability and control over the timing and circumstances of his crimes. Catherine's death also marked a turning point in the psychological dimension of the Ripper case. The killer was no longer merely striking at intervals. He was showing an almost performative consistency, leaving behind signs of his work that would terrify and fascinate the public. The grotesque ritual of removing organs, particularly in an area visible to investigators and the public, transformed his crimes into a spectacle of fear. The combination of violence and ritual suggested a mind not only capable of murder, but actively shaping the narrative of terror that the city would absorb. The press quickly reported Catherine's murder in graphic detail, emphasizing the horror of the mutilations and the audacity of the killer. Newspapers described the discovery in Mitre Square with sensational language, heightening the public's sense of panic and fascination. Headlines proclaimed the terrifying reality. Jack the Ripper was not only at large, but escalating, his crimes growing in both frequency and brutality. Letters from readers poured in, offering speculation, theories, and even accusations, as the city attempted to comprehend the horror that had descended upon its streets. Public reaction to Catherine Eddowes' murder was immediate and intense. Women, especially those in the streets at night, were warned to take extreme precautions, while men were urged to report suspicious figures. Community groups organized night watches, but the fear remained pervasive. The streets of Whitechapel, normally bustling with commerce and labor even in late hours, became shadowed and silent after dark. Every alley, every yard, every fog-shrouded corner became a potential hunting ground for the Ripper, and the city collectively felt the tension of a predator who was simultaneously unseen, unpredictable, and extraordinarily bold. Catherine Eddowes' body was ultimately taken to the mortuary for a formal post-mortem examination. But the psychological impact of her murder lingered far longer than any forensic report. Her death symbolized the culmination of Jack the Ripper's escalating terror and exemplified the vulnerability of women in Whitechapel. More than the physical mutilation, it was the manner, precision, and audacity of the act that cemented her place in history, illustrating the terrifying reality that the Ripper was not only a murderer, but a figure capable of commanding fear imagination, and obsession across the city. The morning after Catherine Eddowes' murder, Mitre Square became a scene of grim fascination. Police officers moved carefully across the cobbles, measuring, sketching, and documenting every detail, while a curious public lingered beyond the cordons, murmuring and speculating. Catherine's mutilated form was carefully examined, and experts confirmed that portions of her kidneys and uterus had been removed, reinforcing the notion that the killer had anatomical knowledge. The precision of the incisions distinguished these acts from ordinary street violence, suggesting that the perpetrator possessed not just cruelty, but skill, and perhaps a meticulous obsession with the human body. The post-mortem examination revealed further disturbing details. Catherine's face had been slashed, her lower abdomen ripped open with a consistency and precision that indicated planning and confidence. This level of detail implied that the killer was both methodical and deliberate. Unlike crimes of passion, which were often messy and haphazard, these acts demonstrated control, skill, and a purposeful display of violence. The murderer had clearly studied his victims, chosen the timing and location, and executed each action with grim deliberation. For the residents of Whitechapel, Catherine's murder became the embodiment of their collective anxiety. Women who walked the streets at night were warned to travel in groups, to avoid dimly lit lanes, and to remain vigilant at all times. Men patrolled streets and alleyways, attempting to provide some semblance of security, yet the Ripper's ability to evade detection made these efforts feel almost futile. The sense of dread was palpable. No alleyway was too small, no yard too hidden, and no time of night too safe. The East End had become a landscape of fear, every shadow potentially hiding a predator who combined stealth, intelligence, and unthinkable violence. The police response was immediate but fraught with difficulty. Multiple law enforcement agencies, including the Metropolitan Police and the City of London Police, coordinated to identify suspects, conduct street patrols, and gather witness statements. Reports from residents were pieced together in an attempt to create a coherent description of the perpetrator, yet no single profile emerged with certainty. The chaos of the streets, combined with the confusion caused by the fog and narrow alleyways, enabled the killer to move undetected. Each sighting and report was frustratingly contradictory, revealing both the limitations of the police force and the cunning of the murderer. The Ripper's apparent ability to strike twice in one night, as seen in the double event, highlighted his increasing audacity. Catherine's murder, occurring barely an hour after Elizabeth's strides, suggested not only boldness but a meticulous timing and awareness of urban geography. The killer navigated through the streets, choosing locations that allowed him to operate quickly and escape with minimal risk. His familiarity with the area, or at least his capacity to exploit its layout, demonstrated planning and calculation. He was not simply a man acting on impulse. He was a predator who understood the environment and used it to his advantage. Press coverage further magnified the terror. Newspapers reported Catherine's murder in vivid, often sensationalized detail, emphasizing both the brutality of the act and the audacity of the killer striking twice in one night. Journalists speculated about his motives, his identity, and his background, creating a mythos around Jack the Ripper that would endure far beyond the actual events. Letters to newspapers, some genuine, others hoaxes, suggested that the Ripper himself, or someone claiming to be him, was watching the public's reaction, feeding off the fear and fascination that he inspired. The social context of Catherine's life cannot be overlooked. She, like many women of Whitechapel, had lived with poverty, marginalization, and the constant threat of violence. Her reliance on casual work, public houses, and the company of strangers for survival placed her in the path of danger. The Ripper, preying on these vulnerabilities, demonstrated a chilling awareness of societal weaknesses. His victims were not chosen at random. They were selected because they were exposed, vulnerable, and, tragically, largely unprotected by the society around them. The discovery of Catherine's body also highlighted the psychological impact on witnesses and residents. Individuals who had come across the scene described feelings of nausea, shock, and dread. Children and adults alike would later recount the fear that gripped the area, the sense that something fundamentally evil had invaded their lives. Catherine's murder crystallized the horror that had been mounting since the killings of Polly Nichols and Annie Chapman, showing that the Ripper's reach was expanding, both geographically and psychologically. The ritualistic aspect of the crime added another layer of complexity. The removal of organs, the precision of the mutilations, and the apparent calm with which the killer conducted his acts suggested a disturbing fascination with human anatomy and mortality. Some contemporary theorists suggested that the murders were not only acts of physical violence, but expressions of a macabre psychological ritual. Whether for personal gratification, study, or symbolic meaning, these acts demonstrated a mind operating on a level far removed from ordinary criminality. The aftermath of Catherine's murder cemented a grim reality. Jack the Ripper was a figure of both action and myth, a man whose physical acts and the public's perception of him combined to create enduring terror. Her death, situated in the fog-laden streets and shadowy courtyards of Mitre Square, illustrated the vulnerability of the urban poor, the limitations of law enforcement, and the horrifying capacity of one individual to manipulate fear and death simultaneously. Ultimately, Catherine Eddowes became more than a victim. She became a symbol of the Ripper's audacity and the terror that gripped London. The meticulous nature of her murder, coupled with the audacious timing and location, transformed the city's understanding of the danger that lurked in the fog. Whitechapel and the surrounding districts were no longer simply neighborhoods. They were stages upon which the Ripper enacted his grim performances, leaving behind both horror and fascination, and ensuring that his name, Jack the Ripper, would be forever etched into the annals of criminal history. Chapter 7. The Public Panic and the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee. By the autumn of 1888, the streets of Whitechapel had become a maze of fear and suspicion. Each fog-laden alley and dimly lit courtyard carried a weight of dread that pressed on the residents like an invisible hand. The murders committed by Jack the Ripper were no longer isolated incidents. They had become a relentless sequence that haunted every corner of the East End. Residents, already living with the hardships of poverty, overcrowding, and disease, now had to contend with a new and terrifying reality. A killer with audacity, skill, and an apparent desire to strike fear into the very heart of their community. The city was gripped by panic. Women, particularly those walking the streets at night, were warned not to venture alone. Those who did were advised to travel in groups, to avoid certain alleys, and to remain vigilant at all times. Yet these measures, while prudent, could not erase the pervasive fear. The Ripper's murders were public, brutal, and seemingly unpredictable, and the thought that the killer could strike anywhere created a climate of constant anxiety. Every man, woman, and child became hyper-aware of shadows, footsteps, and strangers, as the streets transformed into a theater of terror, in response to the growing danger and the perceived inadequacy of the police. Residents of Whitechapel began to organize themselves. The Whitechapel Vigilance Committee was formed, a group of local businessmen, concerned citizens, and community leaders determined to take matters into their own hands. Their goal was simple yet ambitious: to protect the streets, assist the police, and ensure that the murderer could not strike undetected again. The committee quickly became a symbol of civilian determination, embodying both the fear and the resilience of a community under siege. The members of the Vigilance Committee were motivated by both civic duty and self-preservation. They patrolled the streets at night, armed with whistles, sticks, and improvised weapons. They posted watchmen in strategic locations, especially around areas known for prostitution and late-night commerce. Their presence was intended to act as both a deterrent and a reassurance, signaling to the community that action was being taken. Yet their efforts also underscored the fragility of the authorities' response, highlighting the gaps that allowed the Ripper to operate with such audacity. The committee quickly realized the challenges of their task. Whitechapel was densely populated, with narrow alleys, courtyards, and interconnected buildings that allowed a determined predator to move unseen. Patrols were often hampered by the darkness, the fog, and the sheer complexity of the urban layout. Despite their vigilance, members could not prevent the killer from striking, nor could they predict where he would appear next. Yet, even in the face of these obstacles, the committee's formation was a statement of defiance, a refusal to allow fear to paralyze the community entirely. Public communication became another critical function of the Vigilance Committee. Notices were posted in lodging houses, markets, and public gathering places, warning of the dangers and advising on precautionary measures. Pamphlets were distributed, instructing women on safe routes, the importance of traveling in groups, and the need to report suspicious behavior. These efforts transformed the public's fear into organized caution, giving residents a sense of agency, however limited, against the Ripper's unpredictable terror. The committee also engaged directly with the police, providing information, sharing reports from local residents, and offering manpower to support investigations. Their involvement highlighted a collaborative approach to public safety, bridging the gap between official authority and community initiative. Yet this collaboration was not without tension. The police were often skeptical of the committee's methods, and some members of law enforcement viewed the civilian patrols as intrusive or potentially complicating ongoing investigations. Despite this, the presence of the Vigilance Committee signaled that the people of Whitechapel were unwilling to passively endure the Ripper's reign of terror. One of the most significant challenges faced by the committee was the dissemination of information. In a community already rife with poverty, illiteracy, and rumor, ensuring that accurate guidance reached those who needed it was no small task. Committee members visited lodging houses, spoke to workers in markets, and engaged with local tavern owners to spread awareness. Every effort to inform the public was also an attempt to undermine the killer's influence, transforming fear into practical knowledge that could save lives. The psychological impact of the committee's actions was considerable. Their patrols and public warnings created a visible presence of resistance, counteracting, at least in part, the sense of helplessness that had gripped the streets. Residents began to feel that they were not entirely at the mercy of the murderer, that some form of collective power could be wielded against the unseen predator. Yet the fear remained pervasive. The Ripper's ability to strike suddenly and escape without trace ensured that anxiety persisted, shadowing every corner and every nighttime journey. The press, meanwhile, closely followed the activities of the Vigilance Committee. Newspapers reported on their patrols, meetings, and public announcements, often framing the committee as a heroic bulwark against the Ripper's terror. Yet at the same time, the coverage reinforced the horror of the situation. By highlighting the need for civilian patrols, the press implicitly acknowledged the limitations of the police, emphasizing the extraordinary nature of the threat. The city was caught in a paradox. The committee's existence provided reassurance, yet it also confirmed the presence of a dangerous, elusive predator. The committee's work also intersected with the Ripper letters that had begun to circulate. Communications claiming responsibility, such as the infamous "Dear Boss" letter, were received by the press and, at times, the authorities, and their content fueled both fear and fascination. The committee understood that these letters were part of the psychological landscape of the terror, whether genuine or hoax. Public reaction to the letters reinforced the need for vigilance, and the committee worked to ensure that residents were not only physically alert, but also psychologically prepared for the ongoing threat. By the time of Catherine Eddowes' murder, the Vigilance Committee had become an integral part of Whitechapel's response to the Ripper. Their formation reflected both the intensity of the public panic and the community's determination to resist. They were a symbol of resilience in the face of incomprehensible violence, a group that, despite the limits of their authority and resources, sought to create a measure of safety and to reclaim a sense of control from the grips of fear. Despite the formation of the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee, fear continued to grip the East End, growing into a pervasive anxiety that affected nearly every aspect of life. Streets, once bustling late into the night, became eerily quiet. Shopkeepers shuttered their windows earlier, and families retreated indoors as soon as dusk fell. The ordinary rhythms of the community were distorted by terror, as the knowledge that Jack the Ripper could strike with brutal efficiency overshadowed daily routines. People spoke in hushed tones, eyes constantly darting toward darkened alleys, and even familiar streets felt foreign under the oppressive fog. The committee's patrols, while visible, could only achieve so much. Men walked the streets with clubs, whistles, and lanterns, scanning the shadows for any sign of danger. Their presence offered some reassurance, but the Ripper's elusiveness was unmatched. Witnesses who observed suspicious figures often reported them too late, and the killer's ability to exploit the labyrinthine alleys of Whitechapel allowed him to vanish before detection. Each patrol, while courageous, reminded the community of the killer's superiority in both knowledge and mobility. Fear, therefore, remained a constant companion, and the streets of Whitechapel were transformed into a landscape of anxiety and suspicion. One of the central challenges for the Vigilance Committee was the communication of risk. Residents needed guidance on where and when to exercise caution, but the dense population and social fragmentation of Whitechapel made outreach difficult. Committee members visited lodging houses, markets, and taverns, spreading warnings and advice. They emphasized practical measures, walking in groups, avoiding dark alleys, and reporting suspicious activity to authorities. In many cases, these instructions offered the only hope for survival. Yet the psychological impact of constant warning was significant. While people were safer in a practical sense, the atmosphere of dread deepened, reinforcing the perception that the Ripper could strike at any moment. The committee's relationship with the police was both collaborative and strained. Officers appreciated the additional eyes on the streets, but were wary of civilian interference. Vigilantes sometimes approached suspects or pursued shadows in ways that could compromise investigations, creating tension between official authority and citizen initiative. Nonetheless, both the police and the committee shared the same ultimate goal: to prevent further murders and restore a semblance of safety. This uneasy partnership underscored the inadequacy of conventional law enforcement methods in the face of a predator who combined cunning, skill, and psychological manipulation. As public panic intensified, rumors and speculation multiplied. Residents whispered of disguised figures lurking in the fog, of shadowy men following women home, and of mysterious strangers moving through the alleys. The press, both reflecting and amplifying these fears, reported on every sighting and alleged attack. Letters claiming to be from the Ripper, some detailed and plausible, others evidently hoaxes, arrived at newspaper offices and police stations, further fueling hysteria. The letters were a psychological extension of the Ripper's crimes, magnifying his presence and making the fear he inspired nearly inescapable. The committee also faced challenges in organizing patrols effectively. Whitechapel streets were narrow, twisting, and poorly lit, with numerous courtyards, alleys, and hidden passages. The killer could exploit these features to escape detection, slipping through spaces that were inaccessible to patrolling groups. The patrols themselves had to contend with fog, rain, and darkness, conditions that reduced visibility and hindered movement. Members had to coordinate shifts, plan routes, and maintain vigilance for hours at a time, often in harsh weather, highlighting the dedication and resilience required to operate under such pressure. The psychological toll on the community was immense. Fear of the Ripper permeated not just the streets, but the imagination. Children were kept indoors, women avoided evening work, and even men spoke cautiously in public. Every footstep echoed with the possibility of attack. The city's commercial and social life, already constrained by poverty and industrial labor, was further curtailed by the omnipresent terror. In this environment, the committee's efforts represented not only physical protection, but also a symbolic resistance to the paralysis of fear. Their patrols and vigilance provided a sense of order in a world that seemed dominated by chaos and unpredictability. The Ripper's murders, combined with the letters claiming responsibility, had also transformed public perception of crime and violence. The brutality of Catherine Eddowes' murder, in particular, underscored the Ripper's methodical nature and his ability to manipulate terror. Communities began to understand that they were dealing not merely with criminal acts, but with psychological warfare. The killer was orchestrating fear as much as he was committing murder, exploiting the media, public anxiety, and police limitations to magnify his own power. Despite these challenges, the Vigilance Committee continued its work. They coordinated patrols, monitored suspicious behavior, and engaged with residents to provide guidance and reassurance. Their presence represented the determination of the East End to resist the chaos imposed by Jack the Ripper. While they could not guarantee safety, they embodied a crucial assertion that a community under siege could respond, organize, and refuse to surrender entirely to terror. Ultimately, the committee's formation and actions reflected the extraordinary social and psychological conditions of Whitechapel during the Ripper murders. They symbolized both the fear gripping the city and the resilience of a community determined to confront it. Their efforts did not end the Ripper's reign, nor could they entirely eradicate the terror he inspired, but they introduced a measure of agency and collective action in a landscape dominated by fear. In doing so, they became an integral part of the historical narrative of Jack the Ripper, demonstrating that even amidst horror, human courage and organization could assert themselves against darkness. Chapter 8. The investigation intensifies and suspects emerge. As the autumn of 1888 deepened, the shadow of Jack the Ripper loomed ever larger over London, and the urgency of the investigation reached unprecedented levels. The murders of Polly Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, and Catherine Eddowes had transformed a working-class district into a theater of terror, and the authorities faced mounting pressure from both the public and the press. Police forces, already stretched thin by the demands of a densely populated city, were forced to coordinate across jurisdictions, pooling resources, manpower, and intelligence in an attempt to apprehend a killer who remained as elusive as he was brutal. Detectives examined every available lead, reviewing witness statements, footprints, and patterns of movement across Whitechapel and the City of London. The murders were meticulously analyzed for connections, motives, and behavioral patterns. The fact that the killings had escalated in speed and severity, the so-called double event demonstrating that two murders could occur in a single night, suggested that the perpetrator's confidence and skill were increasing. Investigators faced a unique challenge: a criminal who was not only violent but highly adaptive, capable of exploiting the urban landscape to evade capture. The authorities considered numerous suspects, each bringing with them varying degrees of plausibility and intrigue. Local residents, itinerant laborers, medical professionals, and even foreigners were scrutinized under the lens of suspicion. The social conditions of Whitechapel, the poverty, the crowding, and the prevalence of casual prostitution, complicated the task of distinguishing between ordinary individuals and potential perpetrators. Every man walking the streets at night could be a suspect. Yet the killer's intelligence and methodical approach implied careful selection and planning, narrowing the field in subtle ways that investigators tried to interpret. The press played a decisive role in shaping the narrative of suspicion. Newspapers published speculative lists of suspects, often blending fact, rumor, and sensationalism. Letters claiming to be from the Ripper, including the now infamous "Dear Boss" letter, were given extensive coverage, their contents analyzed for clues and psychological insight. Some letters were later revealed to be hoaxes, yet at the time they intensified public fear and speculation. The media created a climate in which nearly any figure could be considered the murderer, heightening both paranoia and the sense of urgency within law enforcement. One line of inquiry focused on individuals with medical knowledge. The precision of the mutilations, particularly in the cases of Annie Chapman and Catherine Eddowes, suggested an understanding of human anatomy. Surgeons, medical students, and butchers were examined as potential suspects. However, no definitive evidence linked any professional to the crimes. Investigators struggled to balance the theoretical profiles with concrete evidence, often sifting through contradictory witness accounts and the inherent chaos of the East End streets. Each suspect presented possibilities and dead ends, a constant cycle of hope and frustration for those seeking justice. Another avenue of suspicion targeted transient individuals, men who moved in and out of the district, often unknown to residents. Whitechapel was home to sailors, laborers, and vagrants, whose presence could be fleeting and untraceable. The killer could exploit this fluid population, moving undetected among the crowd, disappearing into the foggy streets. Witnesses reported seeing mysterious figures near the scenes of the murders, yet descriptions were inconsistent, vague, and often contradictory. The ephemeral nature of these sightings made them difficult to act upon, leaving investigators with a sense of helplessness in the face of the Ripper's mobility and cunning. Police also pursued the theory that the killer was someone familiar with the geography and social fabric of the East End. Knowledge of alleyways, courtyards, and escape routes would allow him to strike and vanish before discovery. Residents' testimony often emphasized that the killer appeared confident and unhurried, suggesting familiarity with his environment. Yet, despite this insight, no individual was conclusively identified. The streets themselves, intertwined with history and squalor, became both hunting grounds and puzzles, concealing the predator in plain sight. As the investigation progressed, the authorities faced not only practical challenges, but also intense public scrutiny. Letters, rumors, and public outcry placed pressure on law enforcement to deliver results quickly. Communities demanded action, while newspapers sensationalized every development, amplifying both fear and the expectation of swift justice. The combination of media attention, civic pressure, and the complexity of the crimes created a high-stakes environment in which investigators had to work with limited resources, imperfect information, and a killer who seemed always one step ahead. Forensic examination, still in its infancy, was employed with great care. Footprints, bloodstains, and the physical evidence from the murder scenes were meticulously documented. The post-mortem findings provided insight into the killer's methods, suggesting both a deliberate approach and a growing confidence in execution. The removal of organs and the precision of the mutilations were noted repeatedly, offering a chilling glimpse into the psychological makeup of the perpetrator. Yet despite these details, no physical evidence could definitively identify the murderer, leaving the city in suspense and investigators constantly seeking new leads. Community involvement remained crucial. Residents reported suspicious behavior, described unknown individuals, and cooperated with both the police and the Vigilance Committee. These first-hand accounts, while sometimes inconsistent, provided context and occasional clues. The collective knowledge of the community became an essential component of the investigation, reinforcing the idea that catching the Ripper required not only official authority, but also the vigilance and insight of those who lived in the streets he haunted. The Ripper's emerging mythos complicated matters further. The murderer was no longer simply a criminal. He had become a symbol of terror, both feared and obsessively discussed. Each murder, each mutilation, each letter contributed to the public's perception of an almost supernatural figure, elusive, cunning, and merciless. The pressure on the police to apprehend such a figure was immense, yet every effort reinforced the terrifying reality. The killer was extraordinarily capable, operating with a precision and audacity that rendered conventional methods of policing nearly ineffective. As the investigation intensified, it became clear that Jack the Ripper was not just committing murders. He was orchestrating a psychological campaign of terror. Every victim, every crime scene, and every public report amplified fear, while the authorities scrambled to identify the elusive perpetrator. The East End had become a theater of horror, the streets a stage upon which the Ripper's brutal intelligence and meticulous planning were displayed. Each day that passed without capture heightened tension, magnified paranoia, and deepened the mystery surrounding one of history's most enigmatic and terrifying killers. As the investigation advanced, law enforcement expanded their scrutiny, interviewing anyone who might have had contact with the victims or unusual individuals in the area. Witnesses described fleeting glimpses of men seen near the murder scenes, figures in dark coats, men who vanished into the fog as quickly as they appeared. The inconsistencies in these testimonies frustrated investigators, as descriptions varied in age, height, and appearance. Yet the cumulative weight of these accounts began to form a vague behavioral profile, a man familiar with the streets, able to move quickly and quietly, and someone who could blend into the crowded, chaotic environment of Whitechapel. Among the first suspects were local residents known for criminal activity. Individuals with histories of violence, assault, or sexual aggression were brought in for questioning, sometimes detained for days at a time. Investigators pursued leads with tenacity, examining work records, personal relationships, and known whereabouts during the times of the murders. Yet despite meticulous efforts, no suspect could be definitively linked to the Ripper's crimes. The murderer's ability to operate undetected, combined with the transient and impoverished nature of the community, made the task nearly impossible. Each dead end, however, only heightened public anxiety, emphasizing that the killer remained at large. Medical professionals, already under suspicion due to the precision of the mutilations, were rigorously examined. Surgeons, apothecaries, and medical students were questioned regarding their knowledge of anatomy and their whereabouts during the murders. While some displayed nervousness or curiosity about the investigation, none could be directly tied to the crimes. The absence of conclusive evidence against these suspects furthered the Ripper's mythos, portraying him as someone whose skill and cunning could evade even the most rigorous scrutiny of the day's emerging forensic methods. The public's fascination and fear were further amplified by letters claiming to be from the Ripper. The Dear Boss letter, received by the Central News Agency and forwarded to the police, boasted of the murders and promised more. Its contents were chilling, describing acts of violence that had yet to be public knowledge, which suggested either intimate knowledge of the crimes or a meticulous effort to appear connected. Other letters, including the Saucy Jackie postcard, similarly sought to taunt authorities and the public alike. Whether authentic or hoax, these letters created a psychological battlefield in which the murderer seemed to control the narrative as much as the streets of Whitechapel. The authorities also considered the possibility that the killer had personal motives. Some investigators speculated that the murders were the work of a man who harbored a deep-seated hatred for women, perhaps born of personal rejection, familial trauma, or sexual dysfunction. Others suggested political or symbolic motives, tying the killings to social unrest, class tensions, or local disputes. Yet none of these theories produced actionable leads. The Ripper's true motives remained shrouded in mystery, leaving investigators and the public alike to grapple with fear, speculation, and the terrifying randomness of his choices. Community intelligence played a vital role in guiding the investigation. Residents provided information about unfamiliar men seen loitering in the streets, unusual activity near lodging houses, and suspicious behavior in pubs and marketplaces. Some of these reports proved useful, occasionally corroborating other evidence, while others were dead ends or the result of panic-driven exaggeration. Nevertheless, the cumulative effect was significant, as it forced the police to consider a wider range of possibilities and patterns. The interplay between public vigilance and formal investigation underscored the complexity of policing a district besieged by both crime and fear. Suspects emerged from various walks of life, from itinerant laborers to local artisans, from immigrants to long-term residents of Whitechapel. Each was examined under the lens of motive, opportunity, and psychological profile. Some displayed suspicious behavior or had past criminal records, but none were definitively connected to the Ripper. The inability to pin down a single suspect only deepened the aura of dread. The murderer was not merely violent. He was elusive, intelligent, and capable of manipulating his environment to avoid capture. Each day without an arrest reinforced his legend and the collective anxiety of the city. The press coverage of suspects added another layer to the investigation. Newspapers published sketches of supposed offenders, reports of police raids, and commentary on every lead, whether substantiated or not. This constant media attention placed additional pressure on the authorities, who were already constrained by limited manpower and the challenges of the urban environment. Yet the attention also acted as a tool, encouraging witnesses to come forward and report suspicious activity, thereby feeding both public curiosity and investigatory resources. Despite the tireless efforts, the Ripper remained free. The killer's combination of knowledge, planning, and audacity created an environment in which ordinary policing strategies proved inadequate. Each failed lead, each unconnected suspect, and each hoax letter served to magnify both the public's fear and the sense of the murderer's omnipresence. In a district already marked by poverty, crime, and social tension, the Ripper transformed ordinary fear into a collective psychological crisis. Ultimately, The investigation revealed as much about the society in which the Ripper operated as it did about the murderer himself. The challenges of policing densely populated urban areas, the limitations of contemporary forensic science, the role of public pressure, and the media's influence all intersected to create a complex web in which one man could terrorize an entire city. The Ripper's identity remained a mystery, but the investigation and the emergence of numerous suspects highlighted the intensity of both the crimes and the human response to them. The East End had become a crucible of fear, suspicion, and obsessive scrutiny, a city both watching and hunted by a predator whose cunning seemed without limit. Chapter 9: The Letters and the Emergence of Jack the Ripper persona. As the murders continued through the autumn of 1888, a new and unsettling dimension of the Jack the Ripper saga emerged: the letters. These communications, sent to newspapers and police, would forever shape the public perception of the murderer, transforming him from a mere street predator into a figure of myth, terror, and psychological intrigue. The letters introduced the Ripper not just as a killer, but as a cunning, self-aware manipulator of fear, using words as skillfully as he wielded his knife. The first widely recognized letter was the infamous "Dear Boss" letter, received by the Central News Agency and forwarded to Scotland Yard in September 1888. The writer boasted of knowledge about the murders and signed the letter with the now iconic pseudonym, Jack the Ripper. Its contents were chilling, describing acts of violence with a calm, almost gleeful detachment, and it suggested that the writer took pride in his notoriety. While some contemporaries debated the letter's authenticity, it undeniably set the tone for public imagination, creating a persona that seemed intelligent, theatrical, and terrifyingly bold. Following the circulation of the "Dear Boss" letter, numerous other letters arrived, each claiming knowledge of or responsibility for the murders. Among the most famous was the "Saucy Jackie" postcard, sent on October 1st, 1888, which referenced the so-called double event, the murders of Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes on the same night. The timing and details contained in the postcard gave it credibility in the eyes of many investigators and newspaper editors, reinforcing the notion that the writer had direct insight into the crimes. The letters blurred the line between reality and performance, offering a glimpse into a mind both violent and theatrical. The content of the letters was as calculated as the murders themselves. They employed taunting language, a casual tone, and hints at knowledge of the victims that were both suggestive and deliberately provocative. The writer addressed law enforcement directly, mocking their efforts and asserting dominance over the public's imagination. Through these letters, the Ripper demonstrated an acute awareness of the psychological impact of his crimes. He was not merely committing murder. He was orchestrating terror, manipulating newspapers, authorities, and citizens alike. The publication of these letters in newspapers amplified their effect. Editors printed passages verbatim, and the public devoured them with morbid fascination. Readers debated the authenticity, speculated on the writer's identity, and attempted to decipher hidden meanings. Each letter became a conversation piece, reinforcing the Ripper's presence even in the absence of new murders. The psychological impact of this communication was profound. The killer had effectively inserted himself into the public consciousness, extending his control from the streets of Whitechapel to the imaginations of an entire city. Investigators approached the letters with a mix of caution and frustration. Some believed them to be genuine communications from the murderer, offering insight into his mind, methods, and motivations. Others suspected hoaxes, perpetrated by journalists seeking sensational stories or by pranksters attempting to capitalize on public fear. Handwriting experts and police detectives meticulously analyzed the correspondence, comparing styles, ink, and paper to trace potential origins. Yet definitive proof remained elusive. The ambiguity of the letters mirrored the ambiguity of the Ripper himself, an unseen predator whose identity remained concealed behind both shadow and rhetoric. The letters also contributed to the creation of a psychological profile of the Ripper. Experts suggested that the killer was likely male, possessed a strong familiarity with human anatomy, and exhibited traits of narcissism, obsession, and a desire for control. The writings themselves suggested intelligence, wit, and a keen understanding of how to manipulate public perception. This dual mastery of physical violence and psychological manipulation set the Ripper apart from ordinary criminals, positioning him as both an actor and a planner, a predator who carefully curated his image alongside his crimes. Community response to the letters was intense. Residents of Whitechapel, already living under the shadow of fear, became hyper-aware of correspondence and media coverage. Women were warned not only to avoid streets and alleys, but also to consider the psychological signals the letters conveyed. Men on the streets, patrols of the Vigilance Committee, and local officials all worked under the dual pressures of protecting the public and understanding the mind of a killer who communicated through print as much as through blood. The letters transformed ordinary caution into a complex psychological game, adding layers of anxiety to an already tense environment. The public's fascination with the letters was fueled by the media's portrayal of the Ripper as a near-mythical figure. Headlines, illustrations, and editorials emphasized the audacity and theatricality of the killer, blending fact with sensationalism. The narrative that emerged portrayed the Ripper as clever, elusive, and daring, someone capable not only of violence, but of orchestrating terror on a scale beyond simple physical harm. The letters themselves became symbols of this persona, artifacts through which the public could engage with the fear and mystery surrounding the murders. Even today, the letters remain a central part of Jack the Ripper's enduring legacy. Whether genuine or hoax, they demonstrate the power of communication to amplify terror, to manipulate perception, and to transform criminal acts into psychological events. The Ripper's mastery of fear extended beyond the knife and into words, showing an unprecedented understanding of how to terrorize both individuals and society. In doing so, he blurred the lines between reality and myth, creating a persona that would outlive the immediate events of Whitechapel and enter history as one of the most infamous figures of criminal infamy. Through the emergence of the letters, the world began to understand that Jack the Ripper was not merely a murderer, but a master of both action and narrative. He was as skilled with words as with weapons, as adept at instilling fear as he was at committing murder. The letters ensured that his presence was never fully absent, creating a psychological footprint that would haunt London and the world long after the actual crimes had ceased. They were not merely correspondence. They were a manifestation of the Ripper's identity, an extension of his terror into every household, every newspaper, and every conversation. The impact of the letters on both the investigation and public consciousness cannot be overstated. The Dear Boss letter, followed by the Saucy Jackie postcard and other correspondences, not only challenged police logic, but also captured the imagination of a city already suffused with fear. Each communication carried with it the aura of audacity. The killer was not hiding silently in the shadows, but announcing his deeds, daring authorities to catch him, and ensuring that every citizen felt the omnipresence of his terror. The letters blurred the boundary between physical violence and psychological manipulation, revealing a criminal mind that understood both action and perception. Investigators recognized early on that the letters could offer insight into the personality, habits, and possible identity of the Ripper. Handwriting analysis, textual examination, and linguistic clues were scrutinized for hidden meanings, inconsistencies, and psychological markers. Some experts suggested the writer might be educated, articulate, and methodical, capable of planning not only his murders but also the public relations of his own legend. Others cautioned that the letters could easily be forgeries, the product of pranksters or sensationalists seeking attention in a city already enthralled by horror. Nonetheless, every letter was treated seriously, meticulously cataloged, and considered as part of the ongoing investigation. Public reaction to the letters was a complex mix of fear, fascination, and speculation. Readers pored over newspapers, discussing the letters' contents with neighbors, friends, and strangers. The letters provided a way for the public to engage with the Ripper's narrative without physically encountering him. While the streets themselves remained perilous, the letters ensured that the killer's presence extended into homes, workplaces, and social spaces. The psychological reach of Jack the Ripper thus grew exponentially, as fear became not only a consequence of potential violence, but also of relentless, omnipresent communication. One of the chilling aspects of the letters was their calculated tone. The writer often combined casual phrasing with detailed knowledge of the murders, taunting law enforcement and instilling dread in the public. The letters created the illusion of control, suggesting that the killer operated with both confidence and cunning. In this sense, the Ripper demonstrated an unprecedented understanding of media, publicity, and the psychology of terror. His words amplified the fear generated by his physical acts, transforming murders into a broader narrative of power and dominance over a city. The letters also influenced investigative strategy. Police and detectives sought to link the style, tone, and content of the letters to suspects, examining social backgrounds, occupations, and local knowledge that might align with the communications. Linguistic patterns were analyzed for clues about regional dialects, education, and personal habits. Yet despite these efforts, no definitive connection was established. The letters remained tantalizingly ambiguous, allowing the Ripper to maintain control over both the act and its perception, further cementing his elusive and legendary status. Community responses to the letters were immediate and profound. Whitechapel residents, already organized through the Vigilance Committee and other local groups, began interpreting the letters in terms of practical safety measures. Women traveling at night were warned not only to watch the streets, but also to consider the psychological implications of the letters themselves. Warnings, threats, and hints of movement that could guide or mislead them. The letters intensified vigilance, creating a dual layer of fear, one physical and one psychological. Citizens had to navigate not only the potential presence of a killer in the alleyways, but also the omnipresent threat suggested by words on paper. The media's role in amplifying the letter's impact cannot be underestimated. Newspapers were eager to publish every detail, offering sensationalized interpretations, sketches of alleged suspects, and commentary that blurred fact and conjecture. By widely circulating the letters, the press inadvertently extended the Ripper's influence, allowing him to dominate public discourse even when he remained physically absent. The killer had effectively weaponized communication, transforming print into a tool of terror as effective as the knife he wielded in the streets. Beyond their immediate psychological effects, the letters contributed to the enduring mythology of Jack the Ripper. The pseudonym itself became iconic, a symbol of both terror and mystery. Historians, criminologists, and enthusiasts would study these letters for decades, attempting to decipher clues, identify patterns, and understand the mind behind them. The Ripper's skill in shaping his own narrative ensured that the legend persisted long after the murders ceased, solidifying his place not only in criminal history, but also in cultural consciousness. The letters also reveal a crucial aspect of the Ripper's methodology, his understanding of timing, perception, and suspense. Each letter was designed to sustain public anxiety, to manipulate timing and information, and to maintain a sense of his presence across the city. By sending letters during periods of intense public and police attention, the killer ensured that he remained central to discourse, shaping reactions, speculation, and fear. In effect, the letters transformed him into a director of horror, orchestrating events from the shadows while the public grappled with the real and imagined threat. Even today, the letters are analyzed not only for their historical content, but for their psychological implications. They demonstrate a sophisticated manipulation of fear, perception, and narrative. They show that Jack the Ripper was more than a murderer. He was a figure capable of shaping reality itself through communication, controlling how he was perceived, and ensuring that terror extended beyond physical violence. The emergence of these letters marked a turning point in the story of the Ripper, highlighting his intelligence, cunning, and understanding of human psychology as profoundly as his actions demonstrated physical violence. Ultimately, the letters and the persona they created ensured that Jack the Ripper would never be forgotten. They transformed him from an unknown killer into a symbol, a master of both action and perception, whose influence extended across streets, newspapers, and imaginations. By the end of 1888, London had come to understand that the Ripper was not just a man committing murders. He was a force shaping fear, narrative, and history, leaving behind an indelible imprint on both the city and the psyche of the world. Chapter 10. The investigation expands beyond Whitechapel. By late 1888, the murders attributed to Jack the Ripper had generated an urgency that extended far beyond the streets of Whitechapel. The brutality, precision, and seeming randomness of his attacks created a profound challenge for law enforcement, whose methods, resources, and organizational structures were being tested like never before. The initial focus on the immediate crime scenes had expanded into a broader, citywide investigation as authorities realized that the Ripper's mobility and audacity might not be confined to a single district. The Metropolitan Police, already under scrutiny, began to coordinate with other branches of law enforcement, including the City of London Police, to track patterns, examine suspect movements, and identify possible accomplices or observers. Detailed maps of Whitechapel, along with extensive witness accounts, were compiled to create a more comprehensive understanding of the areas most frequently targeted. Detectives sought to reconstruct the killer's potential routes, timing, and escape paths, hoping that an understanding of his navigation could offer predictive insights. Yet the complexity of the urban layout, the narrow alleys, hidden courtyards, and dense population posed a significant challenge. Expansion of the investigation also meant a closer examination of suspects who may have had access to multiple areas across London. Police scrutinized itinerant workers, domestic servants, and anyone whose occupation or residence allowed movement between districts. The investigation became a delicate balance between thoroughness and practicality, as the sheer number of potential suspects risked overwhelming the available manpower. Officers had to prioritize leads, evaluate credibility, and remain vigilant, all while under intense public pressure and constant media scrutiny. The press continued to play a critical role in shaping both public perception and investigative priorities. Newspapers published sketches of alleged suspects, reported on every arrest, and analyzed letters claimed to be from the Ripper, Coverage often sensationalized events, emphasizing the killer's cunning and daring, while highlighting police efforts as inadequate or reactive. This duality created a feedback loop. Public anxiety increased, leading to more pressure on law enforcement, which in turn fueled further media attention. The Ripper, in effect, was able to manipulate public perception indirectly, turning fear into both spectacle and distraction. One significant component of the expanded investigation was the collection and analysis of forensic evidence, still in its nascent stages. Crime scene investigators meticulously documented the location of bodies, the nature of wounds, footprints, and the disposal of clothing or personal items. Bloodstains were recorded, and post-mortem examinations were used to understand the killer's methods and possible skills. The precision of organ removal and the careful nature of mutilation suggested knowledge that could narrow the suspect pool, yet no definitive link to any individual could be established. Each crime scene was studied not only for immediate clues but for patterns that might indicate future actions. The scope of the investigation also highlighted the limitations of policing in a rapidly growing city. London's population was dense and diverse, with a mix of long-term residents, recent immigrants, and transient workers. Tracking individuals, confirming alibis, and validating witness statements required extensive coordination. Authorities attempted to establish watch points, increase patrols, and engage community support, but the city's complexity often allowed the Ripper to operate undetected. The investigative challenge was not only to find the killer, but to understand the urban environment that enabled his continued activity. Community involvement remained a crucial element in the expanded investigation. Residents provided intelligence about strangers, suspicious movements, and social dynamics that might indicate a potential offender. The Whitechapel Vigilance Committee, already active, coordinated closely with police, sharing reports and assisting in organizing patrols. Public participation created a distributed network of observation, effectively multiplying the eyes and ears available to law enforcement. Yet this also introduced challenges, as rumor and panic sometimes generated false leads, complicating efforts to distinguish genuine intelligence from hysteria. Letters claiming responsibility for the murders continued to arrive, adding both complexity and intrigue to the investigation. Some letters contained knowledge of specific details that had not yet been made public, while others were clearly hoaxes designed to mock authorities. Each correspondence required careful scrutiny. Handwriting analysis, textual comparison, and psychological profiling were used to assess authenticity and possible origin. The letters provided both leads and distractions, highlighting the dual challenge of understanding the killer's mind while remaining focused on tangible evidence. The expansion beyond Whitechapel also led authorities to consider whether the Ripper had connections outside the East End. Investigators looked at historical criminal records, travel patterns, and possible accomplices who might facilitate movement or concealment. The notion that the killer could strike elsewhere, blending into different neighborhoods, intensified the pressure on police to act quickly and decisively. Every sighting of a suspicious figure outside Whitechapel raised alarms, forcing authorities to consider a wider geographic pattern in the Ripper's activities. Social and economic factors played an indirect role in the investigation's expansion. The dense housing, poverty, and social marginalization of East End communities had made residents more vulnerable, and investigators had to contend with these realities when collecting information or organizing patrols. The interplay of environment and crime provided insight into the Ripper's methods. He targeted spaces where isolation was common, movement was predictable, and help was limited. Understanding these dynamics became essential for law enforcement attempting to anticipate future actions. Ultimately, The expansion of the investigation revealed the Ripper as more than a local criminal. He was a figure capable of influencing the city at large, both through his physical presence and the psychological terror he inspired. The movement of law enforcement beyond Whitechapel reflected the seriousness of the threat and the complexity of urban policing in the face of a cunning, unpredictable adversary. Each step in this expanded inquiry reinforced the dual nature of the Ripper's terror. He was a physical predator navigating streets, alleys, and shadows, while simultaneously controlling the narrative and perception of fear across a city desperate for safety and answers. As the investigation widened, police efforts began to incorporate both strategic coordination and psychological insight. Authorities realized that Jack the Ripper was not merely a product of opportunity. He was a meticulous planner, someone who understood timing, geography, and human behavior. Detectives examined the sequences of the murders, mapping intervals between killings, locations, and the relative accessibility of crime scenes. They considered the possibility that the killer might observe the streets before selecting victims, exploiting areas where surveillance was minimal and escape routes were abundant. This broader perspective necessitated collaboration between multiple police forces, including the Metropolitan Police and the City of London Police. Each organization brought unique resources, methods, and intelligence, yet coordination was often hindered by jurisdictional boundaries, bureaucratic constraints, and the sheer scale of London. Dispatches, reports, and witness statements had to be shared quickly and accurately, yet the fragmented nature of communication sometimes delayed the implementation of leads. These structural limitations highlighted the challenges of policing an urban environment against a highly adaptive and intelligent adversary. The expansion of the investigation also involved reviewing prior unsolved murders and assaults across London. Authorities attempted to identify patterns that might link earlier cases to the Ripper's known murders. Some theorists speculated that the killer had begun earlier, using other, less publicized attacks as practice or preparation. Others considered the possibility of a mobile criminal, someone who could strike across districts and potentially evade detection by relocating to unfamiliar areas. This historical scrutiny aimed to construct a profile not only of the individual but also of his methods, habits, and psychological traits. Forensic techniques, though rudimentary by modern standards, were employed with increasing diligence. Crime scene documentation, including sketches, photographs, and detailed written reports, became standard practice. The post-mortem examinations revealed insights into the precision of mutilations, suggesting skill and knowledge that could narrow the suspect pool. Footprints, clothing fragments, and discarded personal items were collected and cataloged. While the limitations of contemporary science prevented definitive identification, these efforts reflected a growing sophistication in criminal investigation, a recognition that the Ripper was an adversary requiring more than routine policing. Community involvement intensified in parallel with official efforts. The Whitechapel Vigilance Committee continued to patrol, monitor, and report suspicious activity. Lodging houses, markets, and taverns became sources of intelligence, providing observations of transient laborers, strangers, and unusual nocturnal activity. Residents were acutely aware of the psychological warfare enacted through both murders and letters. The community's vigilance not only complemented police efforts, but also created a feedback loop where citizen reports influenced official strategy and police activity in turn affected civilian perception and behavior. Letters attributed to the Ripper continued to arrive, maintaining the aura of omnipresence. Each correspondence presented a puzzle, which were authentic, which were hoaxes, and which contained actionable clues. Some letters referenced murders in real time, providing chilling evidence of intimate knowledge, while others appeared to taunt law enforcement and inflame public fear. Each was carefully analyzed, compared to previous communications, and considered within the broader context of criminal profiling. The letters reinforced the psychological component of the Ripper's campaign, extending his influence beyond the physical reach of the knife. Investigators also examined the potential role of accomplices or enablers. While most evidence suggested a lone operator, the idea that the killer might receive assistance in terms of information, shelter, or escape routes was considered. Police sought connections between individuals known to associate with suspicious figures, examining social networks, employment, and residential patterns. These inquiries reflected both the uncertainty surrounding the murders and the innovative investigative approaches emerging in response to unprecedented criminal behavior. The psychological toll on law enforcement was profound. Detectives worked long hours in harsh conditions, often facing public criticism and immense pressure to deliver results. Each crime scene carried the weight of horror, the mutilations of victims underscoring the brutality and calculating nature of the perpetrator. Investigators needed not only skill and endurance, but also the capacity to analyze behavior, anticipate moves, and maintain objectivity in an environment charged with fear, rumor, and sensationalist reporting. Media coverage remained relentless. Newspapers published detailed accounts of investigations, arrests, and suspect interrogations. Every sighting or tip became headline news, often sensationalized for dramatic effect. This coverage influenced both public perception and police priorities, as authorities had to respond to not only actual threats, but also perceived ones fueled by rumor and speculation. The interplay between media, community, and law enforcement created a complex ecosystem in which the Ripper's legend grew alongside the ongoing investigation. Ultimately, the expansion of the investigation beyond Whitechapel underscored the multidimensional challenge posed by Jack the Ripper. He was not merely a criminal acting in isolated circumstances. He was a figure capable of exploiting social, psychological, and urban dynamics to remain undetected. The widening scope of police efforts, the integration of community intelligence, and the careful scrutiny of letters and physical evidence reflected both the seriousness of the threat and the innovation required to confront it. The Ripper's presence dominated the city, a constant reminder of fear, cunning, and the limits of law enforcement in a complex and rapidly changing urban landscape. Chapter 11: The Victims and Their Stories. While much of the historical narrative around Jack the Ripper focuses on the killer's methods, letters, and the ensuing terror, it is impossible to understand the full impact of his reign of violence without turning attention to the lives of his victims. These women, often marginalized and living in poverty, were not simply statistics in a ledger of horror. They were individuals with histories, dreams, struggles, and humanity. Their stories reveal the social conditions of Whitechapel, the precariousness of life in the East End, and the profound tragedy inflicted by one man's cruelty. Mary Ann Nichols, the first canonical victim, was 39 years old when she met her fate on August 31st, 1888. Known as Polly Nichols, she had endured a life of hardship, marked by domestic instability, periods of poverty, and the need to navigate a society that offered limited support for women in her position. She had children, had experienced marital difficulties, and had been forced into precarious employment to survive. On the night of her death, Nichols had returned from an evening of drinking, traversing the dark, fog-laden streets of Whitechapel, a route that would tragically intersect with the killer's path. Her murder, brutal and calculated, sent shockwaves through the community, highlighting both the vulnerability of women in the East End and the Ripper's capacity for meticulous, remorseless violence. Annie Chapman, the second canonical victim, was 47 years old and had endured a life equally marked by adversity. Widowed, struggling with poverty, and supporting herself through casual labor, Chapman's existence was emblematic of many women in Whitechapel who lived on the margins of society. On September 8, 1888, she was discovered in the backyard of 29 Hanbury Street, her life brutally cut short. The nature of her mutilation suggested a perpetrator with anatomical knowledge, precision, and a chilling lack of empathy. Her death reinforced the terrifying notion that no woman, regardless of age or familiarity with the streets, was safe from the Ripper's attention. Elizabeth Stride, known affectionately as Long Liz, was likely in her mid-40s when she was murdered on September 30th, 1888. Unlike Nichols and Chapman, Stride's murder was interrupted, possibly by the unexpected approach of a passerby, which prevented the full extent of mutilation that characterized the other attacks. Stride had been working as a casual laborer and, like many of her peers, lived a life dictated by necessity, vulnerability, and economic instability. Her story illuminates both the randomness of the Ripper's attacks and the social structures that placed women in harm's way, forcing them into environments and situations where danger could manifest with terrifying immediacy. Catherine Eddowes, the second victim of the so-called double event on September 30th, 1888, was 35 years old. Eddowes' life had been marked by repeated encounters with poverty, marginalization, and systemic hardship. She moved frequently, navigating between lodging houses and shelters, seeking work and safety in a city that offered little protection for women like her. The brutal nature of her murder, including the removal of internal organs and precise mutilations, shocked the public and law enforcement alike. Eddowes' death underscored the Ripper's escalation in both confidence and savagery, as well as his psychological manipulation of fear through the intensity of his violence. Mary Jane Kelly, the final canonical victim, was perhaps the most tragic of all. At 25 years old, she lived in extreme poverty and isolation, renting a single room in Miller's Court, Dorset Street. Kelly's life, though brief, was filled with the same struggles that defined the existence of many women in Whitechapel: economic vulnerability, social marginalization, and reliance on casual work for survival. Her murder on November 9, 1888, was the most gruesome of all, involving horrific mutilation that suggested both premeditation and a terrifying detachment from human empathy. The scale and intensity of Kelly's death made her a symbol of the absolute extremity of the Ripper's violence and the vulnerability of those trapped in the margins of society. While these 5 women are recognized as the canonical victims of Jack the Ripper, it is important to remember that many other women lived precarious lives in Whitechapel during this period, facing similar threats from poverty, social neglect, and predation. Each victim's story illuminates broader social conditions: the overcrowding of East End housing, lack of social safety nets, the economic pressures that forced women into dangerous work, and the societal disregard for marginalized populations. The Ripper's murders, while extreme, occurred within a context of structural vulnerability that magnified both fear and tragedy. Understanding the victims requires empathy and recognition of their humanity. These were individuals who lived complex lives, formed relationships, struggled with hardship, and navigated a society that offered them limited protection. Their murders were not random acts of cruelty alone. They were a profound disruption of lives already constrained by systemic challenges. The attention given to the killer often overshadowed the women themselves, Yet revisiting their stories reminds us that the true horror of Jack the Ripper lies not only in the savagery of his acts, but in the disruption and destruction of real human lives. Furthermore, the victims' stories provide insight into the environment that enabled the Ripper's crimes. Poverty, social isolation, overcrowding, and the marginalization of women created circumstances in which an opportunistic and skilled predator could operate with impunity. These women were not inherently vulnerable because of personal choices, but because of the structural inequalities and dangers of their environment. Their lives, though often overlooked in historical accounts, offer essential context for understanding both the Ripper's methodology and the societal response to his crimes. The murder of each woman also had a ripple effect across Whitechapel. Communities mourned, feared, and rallied simultaneously, organizing patrols, creating support networks, and cooperating with law enforcement when possible. Families were shattered, friendships strained by suspicion, and neighborhoods became psychological landscapes dominated by anxiety. Each life taken reinforced the Ripper's reign of terror and left indelible marks on both the immediate community and the broader historical record. In acknowledging the lives of the victims, we recognize that the story of Jack the Ripper is not merely a tale of crime and mystery. It is a narrative of social context, human vulnerability, and the consequences of systemic neglect. Their lives, hardships, and deaths illuminate the conditions of Victorian London, the psychological terror inflicted by the murders, and the enduring need to remember the humanity lost amidst the legend. The victims' stories are central to understanding the true impact of Jack the Ripper, a predator whose legacy is inseparable from the lives he destroyed. In exploring the lives of Jack the Ripper's victims, one begins to see patterns of resilience, vulnerability, and the harsh realities of life in Whitechapel that shaped their existence. Each woman had navigated a city teeming with both opportunity and danger, where survival often depended on resourcefulness, courage, and the ability to navigate social and economic marginalization. Their stories reflect the intersection of individual lives with structural inequalities and highlight how society's neglect rendered them targets for predation. Mary and Nichols, for instance, had endured years of personal struggle before her death. Widowed and separated from her children at various points in her life, she sought work wherever she could find it, often in domestic service or casual labor, and supplemented her income with occasional prostitution to make ends meet. Nichols' story exemplifies the precariousness faced by women who lacked family support and financial security. Despite her hardships, she maintained a daily routine, navigated her community, and attempted to survive in a society that offered little protection to women of her class. Her murder abruptly ended her struggle, transforming a life of quiet resilience into a symbol of vulnerability exploited by the Ripper. Annie Chapman's life similarly reflected the difficulties faced by women in Whitechapel. As a mother and widow struggling to provide for herself, Chapman experienced both economic instability and personal loss. Her interactions with family, friends, and community members reveal a woman who sought stability amid adversity, balancing the need for work with the necessity of social survival. On the night of her death, she had followed her usual routines, illustrating how the mundane patterns of daily life could intersect tragically with the presence of a predator. Chapman's murder emphasized the Ripper's capacity to exploit ordinary moments, turning normality into a deadly trap. Elizabeth Stride's narrative provides further insight into the precarious existence of East End women. Known as Long Liz, she faced both economic and social pressures, relying on casual work and intermittent sex work to survive. Stride's murder, notably interrupted, illustrates a rare moment where chance altered the course of violence. The fact that she escaped the full brutality of mutilation that night offers a glimpse into the precarious interplay between victim, environment, and circumstance, highlighting how luck, timing, and visibility could impact outcomes in a city dominated by poverty and danger. Catherine Eddowes' story, meanwhile, reveals the constant negotiation of survival and risk in a harsh urban landscape. Eddowes, like many of her contemporaries, moved frequently between lodging houses, employment opportunities, and social spaces, seeking stability in a transient and often hostile environment. Her life illustrates the vulnerability inherent in living on society's margins and underscores how systemic neglect, economic instability, and social isolation can magnify personal risk. The brutal violence inflicted upon her body by the Ripper reflected not only his escalating confidence, but also the deadly consequences of marginalization in Victorian London. Mary Jane Kelly, perhaps the most striking case, exemplifies both extreme vulnerability and the intensity of the Ripper's depravity. Living in a small room in Miller's Court, she experienced isolation and poverty to an extreme degree. Kelly's murder, the most grotesque and premeditated of all, demonstrated the Ripper's meticulous planning, the audacity of his cruelty, and his capacity for extreme violence. Yet behind the horror lay the story of a young woman attempting to navigate a life constrained by systemic and social limitations, attempting to survive with resilience despite the adversity that defined her existence. Her death magnified the terror of Whitechapel and solidified the Ripper's reputation as a methodical and merciless predator. The broader context of these lives highlights the intersection between individual vulnerability and structural injustice. Poverty, overcrowding, lack of social support, and the marginalization of women created an environment in which the Ripper could operate with apparent impunity. Each victim's experience was shaped by factors beyond her control, from the instability of housing to limited employment options, social prejudices, and the scarcity of protective institutions. These conditions did not cause the murders, but they magnified the opportunity for predation and intensified the psychological impact on the community. Furthermore, the stories of the victims reveal the human consequences of terror. Families were left bereft, friends traumatized, and communities anxious. The murders transformed the ordinary streets of Whitechapel into spaces of fear, forcing women to navigate the night with heightened caution and reshaping the rhythms of daily life. Children witnessed absences, neighbors observed heightened vigilance, and residents collectively absorbed the psychological toll of living under the shadow of an unseen predator. Each murder extended beyond the individual victim, creating a ripple of fear and disruption that permeated social and familial networks. Recognizing the humanity of the victims is essential in understanding the full gravity of the Ripper's crimes. While the killer's methods, letters, and elusiveness dominate historical narrative, the lives of Nichols, Chapman, Stride, Eddowes, and Kelly provide grounding, reminding us that behind every act of violence is a human story abruptly ended. Their resilience, their struggles, and their daily routines were violently interrupted, transforming ordinary lives into enduring symbols of both vulnerability and systemic neglect. In remembering these women, we also acknowledge the broader societal failures that made their lives perilous. The Ripper's acts exploited social inequities, preying on those who were most exposed to danger. Their stories illuminate the dangers of marginalization, the fragility of life for women in poverty, and the devastating impact of violence on individuals and communities. By centering the victims' lives and experiences, history ensures that the human dimension of the Jack the Ripper case is not lost amidst myth, speculation, and sensationalism. The victims' stories remain a testament to resilience amid adversity, to the reality of human vulnerability, and to the enduring need for social awareness. Each woman was more than a casualty. She was a life lived, a narrative abruptly cut short, and a reflection of the environment in which she existed. The true horror of Jack the Ripper's legacy lies as much in the destruction of these lives as in the myth of the murderer himself. Their experiences illuminate not only the past but the human cost of crime, fear, and social neglect in Victorian London. Chapter 12. The Media Sensation and Public Panic. The figure of Jack the Ripper was not only a criminal phenomenon, but also a media one, as the press of 1888 seized upon the murders to create a narrative that would both terrify and enthrall the public. Newspapers, hungry for sensational stories, reported on every murder with lurid detail, emphasizing the brutality of the attacks and the seemingly inexplicable nature of the crimes. The combination of mystery, violence, and anonymity created a perfect storm for public fascination, making the Ripper one of the first criminals to achieve a form of global infamy. While still active, the press coverage was relentless. Journalists chronicled the discovery of each body, the gruesome details of mutilation, and the ongoing police efforts to capture the killer. Illustrations, sketches, and even crude maps of Whitechapel accompanied these reports, offering readers a way to visualize the murders while remaining safely distant from the physical danger. These depictions, while often dramatized, fed into the psychological landscape of fear, allowing the public to participate in the unfolding narrative as witnesses, analysts, and commentators. Newspapers did more than simply report. They created a dialogue around the murders. Readers submitted letters, speculated on the killer's identity, and debated motives and methods. Newspapers published sketches of supposed suspects, often based on witness statements or artistic interpretation, adding a visual element to the speculation. Headlines were crafted to maximize shock and curiosity, sometimes blurring the line between factual reporting and sensationalism. The Ripper became not just a criminal in Whitechapel, but a public figure whose story unfolded in print for a captivated audience. The media also played a role in amplifying public panic. Readers, particularly women in the East End, were warned about the dangers of traveling alone, venturing out at night, or trusting strangers. Stories of murder and mutilation circulated quickly, creating a pervasive sense of vulnerability. Communities organized patrols, increased vigilance, and shared information about suspicious individuals, demonstrating the direct influence of press coverage on public behavior. Panic was not simply an individual reaction. It became a social phenomenon, a collective response shaped by fear, rumor, and media amplification. One of the most significant effects of media coverage was the elevation of Jack the Ripper from an unknown criminal to a symbol of fear and intrigue. By giving the killer a name, Jack the Ripper, the press transformed him into a persona, a character in the public imagination whose cunning, brutality, and elusiveness could be discussed, analyzed, and feared. This anthropomorphizing of the murderer created a psychological presence that extended beyond the immediate danger, turning the Ripper into a figure whose influence transcended the physical acts themselves. The letters attributed to the Ripper further fueled media attention and public fascination. Publications received correspondences like the Dear Boss letter and the Saucy Jackie postcard, which contained both factual claims and taunting language. Newspapers printed excerpts, analyzed content, and debated authenticity, feeding into the narrative that the killer was intelligent, cunning, and almost theatrical in his approach. The letters became part of the spectacle, a way for the public to engage with the story while remaining physically safe. yet psychologically enmeshed in the ongoing drama of fear and speculation. Public panic was compounded by the unpredictable nature of the crimes. The Ripper did not follow a clear schedule, nor did he restrict himself to easily observable targets. The randomness of victim selection, the varying locations, and the intensity of mutilation created an environment of uncertainty, making it impossible for ordinary citizens to feel safe. Every darkened street, alley, or isolated area became a potential site of violence, amplifying both personal anxiety and collective social fear. The media, by reporting on every detail in vivid language, heightened this sense of omnipresent danger. Newspapers also sensationalized law enforcement efforts, often highlighting mistakes, missed opportunities, or apparent incompetence. The public, eager for information and reassured by visible action, consumed every account of police raids, arrests, and interrogations. This scrutiny placed immense pressure on authorities, who had to navigate the dual challenges of pursuing the killer and managing public perception. The Ripper's ability to operate undetected, combined with media amplification, created the perception that he was omnipotent, elusive, and in control of both the streets and the narrative. The psychological impact of media coverage on women was particularly pronounced. Advice columns, warnings, and articles detailing the murders created an environment of heightened vigilance, in which daily routines were adjusted to minimize risk. Families warned daughters, friends accompanied each other on nighttime walks, and neighborhoods collectively monitored activity. The press, while informing the public, also magnified fear, ensuring that the psychological footprint of the Ripper extended far beyond the physical acts themselves. The interplay between media, public panic, and law enforcement demonstrates the complex dynamics of crime in an urban environment. Jack the Ripper was not merely a murderer. He became a cultural and psychological phenomenon, amplified by newspapers, discussions, and social anxiety. His influence extended into daily life, altering behaviors, perceptions, and social interactions. By the end of 1888, the Ripper had achieved a form of notoriety that was unprecedented, establishing a template for the intersection of crime, media, and public fascination that persists in modern culture. Ultimately, the media coverage of Jack the Ripper illustrates the dual nature of terror, physical and psychological. While the murders themselves were horrifying, the reporting and discussion around them ensured that fear permeated the consciousness of London. The Ripper's presence became a daily consideration, a shadow over streets, homes, and minds, demonstrating the enduring power of narrative to shape perception, influence behavior, and extend the reach of a criminal far beyond immediate physical acts. As the autumn of 1888 progressed, the coverage of Jack the Ripper's crimes reached an intensity that went beyond simple reporting. Newspapers competed for readership, printing every gruesome detail, speculative theory, and eyewitness account available. Illustrations, hand-drawn sketches of suspects, and maps depicting crime scenes were shared widely, giving the public the ability to visualize not only the streets of Whitechapel, but also the potential movements of the elusive killer. This convergence of crime, media, and imagination amplified fear, creating a city in which uncertainty and dread became as tangible as fog rolling through narrow alleys. The letters sent by the Ripper, including the Dear Boss letter and the Saucy Jackie postcard, became central to this media sensation. Each publication presented these correspondences with careful attention to wording, tone, and implication. Editors often printed letters in their entirety, alongside commentaries speculating on their authenticity. These letters transformed the Ripper from a physical threat into a psychological presence. The public could now engage with him indirectly, dissecting every word, every hint of arrogance, and every claim of knowledge, while simultaneously remaining safe from the immediate danger of the streets. The sensationalized reporting did more than merely inform. It created a cycle of anxiety and anticipation. Readers consumed the news, discussed it in homes and public spaces, and shared their own fears and suspicions. Social gatherings often revolved around the latest accounts of murders, rumors about suspects, or interpretations of the letters. In effect, the Ripper's reach extended into every aspect of daily life, making fear an omnipresent factor. People altered routines, avoided certain streets, and became hyper-aware of strangers, shadows, and the nighttime environment. The city itself seemed transformed under the weight of terror. Public panic was not confined to East London. Newspapers circulated widely, and the story of Jack the Ripper became a subject of national and international curiosity. Urban centers far from Whitechapel followed developments closely, comparing their own crime statistics, safety measures, and police practices to those in London. The narrative of the Ripper as cunning, elusive, and horrifying spread beyond geography, shaping perceptions of urban crime, societal vulnerability, and the human capacity for cruelty. He became a symbol not only of London's dangers, but of the potential darkness that lurked within any city. The police, in turn, had to navigate the pressures created by this media-fueled hysteria. Public demand for answers was relentless, and every delay or misstep was scrutinized. Detectives faced the dual challenge of pursuing a clever, unpredictable criminal while managing the expectations of a populace deeply influenced by sensational reporting. Investigative priorities were often swayed by media attention, as officers sought to reassure the public that action was being taken. However, the sensationalism of the press sometimes worked against them, spreading misinformation or drawing attention to inconclusive evidence, complicating the task of discerning genuine leads from rumors. The psychological impact on the residents of Whitechapel was profound. Women, particularly those who navigated the streets alone, were forced into heightened vigilance, often traveling in groups or avoiding certain areas altogether. Families adjusted routines, children were kept indoors after dark, and entire neighborhoods developed a collective awareness of danger. The Ripper's presence, though unseen, became a constant consideration, shaping behavior, social interaction, and perceptions of safety. Fear was both personal and communal, woven into the daily rhythms of life. Newspapers did not merely report events. They framed them, shaping both interpretation and reaction. Editorials speculated on motives, the nature of the killer's mind, and the potential for capture. Readers debated theories ranging from revenge and insanity to professional skill and anatomical knowledge. This speculative culture fed into the construction of Jack the Ripper as more than a man. He was now an idea, a character of terror whose identity and methods were dissected endlessly, yet never fully known. The press transformed the mystery into a shared cultural experience, a phenomenon in which society collectively grappled with uncertainty, fear, and fascination. Letters claiming to be from the Ripper heightened this dynamic, especially when they referenced specific details of the murders. Some letters were clearly hoaxes, yet the public's response treated them with a combination of fear, curiosity, and morbid interest. Each new letter renewed attention, revived speculation, and amplified the sense of a lurking, omnipresent threat. The combination of letters, media coverage, and ongoing murders created an environment in which terror was sustained, evolving beyond immediate physical danger into a pervasive psychological phenomenon. The media's influence extended beyond immediate panic to long-term cultural impact. Jack the Ripper became a symbol of urban crime, social vulnerability, and the power of narrative to shape perception. His story, fueled by newspapers and letters, would endure for generations, establishing a model for the interplay between criminal acts, public fascination, and media representation. The Ripper's ability to dominate discourse without being physically present demonstrated the extraordinary influence of communication and perception, a lesson in the psychological reach of crime amplified by human curiosity and storytelling. Ultimately, the media sensation and public panic surrounding Jack the Ripper reveal a profound truth. Terror is as much about perception as it is about reality. While the murders themselves were horrifying, the press, letters, and public reaction magnified their impact, creating a landscape of fear that extended far beyond the immediate acts. The Ripper's legacy was solidified not only through his crimes, but through the societal, cultural, and psychological ripple effects they generated. He became a force shaping both streets and minds, illustrating the enduring power of narrative in the creation of legend, fear, and historical memory. Chapter 13: The Police Theories and Suspects. As the killings continued, law enforcement faced increasing pressure to apprehend the perpetrator who had come to dominate the streets and consciousness of Whitechapel. The intensity of the murders, combined with the brutality and skill involved, created an atmosphere in which police were compelled to investigate with unprecedented depth and caution. The elusive nature of the killer, the ambiguity of evidence, and the pressure of public expectation forced authorities to explore numerous theories, follow countless leads, and consider a wide array of suspects, each reflecting the uncertainties and limitations of policing in Victorian London. The Metropolitan Police and the City of London Police adopted a multi-pronged approach to understanding and capturing the Ripper. Detectives examined crime scenes meticulously, recording the locations, positions, and injuries of the victims. They collected statements from witnesses, sought patterns in timing and geography, and attempted to reconstruct the murderer's movements. Yet, even with detailed reports, the randomness of the crimes and the variability in timing made predicting behavior difficult. Each theory about the Ripper's identity had to account for his mobility, knowledge of Whitechapel, and apparent confidence, as well as the psychological elements inferred from letters and the nature of the murders themselves. Early theories often revolved around occupational background and skill. The precision of certain mutilations suggested to some investigators that the killer might possess medical knowledge or anatomical training. Surgeons, butchers, and slaughterhouse workers became natural points of interest, their professions potentially providing the dexterity and familiarity with internal anatomy evidenced in the attacks. Police questioned individuals in these trades, examined their movements, and scrutinized records for suspicious behavior. Yet no direct connection emerged, leaving the theory plausible but unproven and illustrating the limitations of profiling methods available at the time. Another line of investigation focused on social familiarity and local knowledge. The killer seemed adept at navigating Whitechapel's labyrinthine streets, moving undetected and choosing locations that offered both opportunity and cover. Detectives speculated that he might be a resident, someone intimately familiar with the neighborhood and its dynamics. Local witnesses were interrogated, lodgers questioned, and suspicious behavior reported by the Vigilance Committee was followed up rigorously. The challenge lay in differentiating between genuine insight and the myriad false leads generated by fear, rumor, and social tension. Criminal profiling, though rudimentary, also influenced police theory. Authorities considered personality traits, motivations, and potential psychological conditions. Some speculated that the Ripper was a sadistic individual, driven by sexual frustration, rage, or mental illness. Others theorized a calculated, cold-blooded criminal capable of planning with patience and precision. Each profile shaped the direction of the investigation, suggesting potential targets, routines, and behavioral patterns. Yet these analyses were limited by the contemporary understanding of psychology and forensic science. Suspects were numerous and diverse. John Pizer, a local bootmaker, was investigated due to a combination of circumstantial evidence and public suspicion, only to be cleared after thorough questioning. Montague John Druitt, a barrister with a history of mental instability who disappeared around the time of the final canonical murder, became a focal point of speculation. Aaron Kosminski, a Polish immigrant with documented mental health issues and a residence in Whitechapel, was considered another potential suspect. Each name reflected the complexity of the investigation, where social status, mental health, occupation, and opportunity intersected in the search for the unknown killer. The letters claiming to be from the Ripper also shaped theories. Detectives attempted to link handwriting, linguistic style, and content to known individuals. While some letters were later dismissed as hoaxes, the possibility that an authentic communication existed suggested a level of planning, audacity, and psychological manipulation. Each letter was scrutinized for clues, yet none provided definitive evidence, leaving investigators to navigate a treacherous path between fact, speculation, and public expectation. Witness statements provided both leads and confusion. Accounts varied widely, with conflicting descriptions of height, clothing, and behavior. Fog, poor lighting, and the stress of encountering a potential murderer contributed to unreliable testimony. Police had to reconcile these discrepancies while maintaining focus on credible information. The variable quality of witness evidence illustrates the challenges of policing in an environment dominated by fear, uncertainty, and high population density. Public and media pressure further complicated investigations. Newspapers frequently published alleged suspect sketches, criticized police methods, and speculated on motives. Authorities were forced to respond both to genuine threats and to the narrative shaped by public opinion. The Ripper, aware or unaware of this scrutiny, maintained his elusiveness, demonstrating a psychological advantage that allowed him to manipulate perception as effectively as he carried out his physical acts. Theories of accomplices or conspiracies were also considered, reflecting both fear and imaginative speculation. Some believed that the murders might involve multiple participants, whether to facilitate escape, provide knowledge, or conceal evidence. While no conclusive evidence supported these claims, they reveal the climate of uncertainty in which the investigation unfolded, where authorities had to entertain even improbable possibilities to ensure a comprehensive approach. Despite exhaustive efforts, police were never able to definitively identify Jack the Ripper. The diversity of suspects, the limitations of contemporary forensic science, and the Ripper's cunning ensured that the case remained unsolved. Each theory, while plausible in isolation, could not account for the totality of evidence, leaving the investigation open-ended and the public fearful. The multiplicity of suspects and hypotheses illustrates the interplay of human error, limitation of resources, and the complexity of urban criminal behavior, particularly in a city as vast and socially stratified as London. Ultimately, the police theories and suspects reveal the monumental challenge posed by Jack the Ripper. Investigators navigated a labyrinth of evidence, speculation, and social dynamics, balancing methodical investigation with the pressure of public scrutiny. Their efforts, though unsuccessful in capturing the killer, provide invaluable insight into early modern criminal investigation, the role of psychological inference, and the societal impact of a predator who was as adept at manipulating perception as he was at committing murder. The exhaustive search for suspects reflects both the determination of law enforcement and the enduring mystery that continues to captivate historians, criminologists, and the public alike. As the investigation progressed, the multiplicity of suspects only deepened the mystery surrounding Jack the Ripper. Each new theory reflected not only the ingenuity and persistence of law enforcement, but also the limitations of the period's investigative methods. Police officers had to navigate a web of partial evidence, unreliable witness testimony, and public speculation, all while contending with the physical, social, and psychological environment of Whitechapel, a district notorious for its labyrinthine alleys, dense population, and social instability. One of the most enduring suspects, Aaron Kosminski, a Polish immigrant, exemplifies the complex interplay of opportunity, mental health, and societal prejudice in the investigation. Kosminski lived in Whitechapel, worked intermittently as a barber, and suffered from documented psychiatric issues. Some investigators suggested that his proximity to the murders, combined with his apparent social isolation and mental instability, made him a plausible candidate. Yet contemporaneous evidence was fragmentary, relying heavily on anecdotal reports, hearsay, and circumstantial indicators. Modern researchers continue to debate the validity of Kosminski as a suspect, highlighting the difficulties faced by Victorian police in distinguishing plausible leads from conjecture. Montague John Druitt, a barrister who disappeared shortly after the last canonical murder, became another figure of interest. Druitt's sudden absence, combined with rumors of psychological instability, suggested to some that he could have been driven to violence. His professional status and social standing introduced the possibility of a killer who could navigate both the public sphere and the dark streets unnoticed. Police investigations explored these connections, scrutinizing Druitt's family, acquaintances, and movements, yet definitive evidence was elusive. The Druitt case illustrates how timing, social profile, and circumstantial coincidences could elevate a suspect into serious consideration, even in the absence of conclusive proof. John Pizer, the local bootmaker known as Leather Apron, became a focus due to public suspicion and misidentification. His occupation, proximity to the murders, and appearance matched some witness descriptions, and he was briefly detained and questioned. However, meticulous inquiry revealed that Pizer had alibis for the murders and was ultimately exonerated. His case exemplifies the tension between public perception, rumor, and factual investigation. The media, eager for a dramatic narrative, had amplified Pizer's supposed guilt, creating a climate in which even innocent individuals could be branded as potential killers. Other suspects included individuals ranging from medical professionals to vagrants, each reflecting different lines of reasoning pursued by investigators. Surgeons and butcher apprentices were considered because of the precision of certain mutilations, while local laborers and transients were examined for mobility, opportunity, and proximity. The sheer variety of suspects illustrates both the meticulousness and the desperation of law enforcement, as every plausible avenue had to be explored. In a city with thousands of residents, limited forensic tools, and partial records, every suspect carried potential significance, yet none could be definitively tied to the murders. Handwriting and linguistic analysis of letters attributed to the Ripper provided another avenue for investigation. Police sought to connect authorship to known individuals, examining style, spelling, and phrasing for clues. While the majority of letters were later considered hoaxes, the task of analyzing them reflected the growing sophistication of investigative techniques. Detectives were forced to combine emerging forensic methods with psychological interpretation, attempting to deduce personality traits, intent, and potential identity from correspondence alone. These efforts highlight the intersection of psychology, criminology, and detective work in the late Victorian era, and the challenge of separating fact from fiction in a climate of fear and speculation. Witness testimony remained both crucial and problematic. Conflicting descriptions of height, clothing, behavior, and even accent made it difficult to develop a consistent profile. Some witnesses provided detailed accounts of suspicious figures, while others were influenced by fear, poor visibility, or social tension. The task of reconciling these discrepancies demanded careful judgment, but it also underscored the inherent uncertainty of investigative work in an environment dominated by darkness, fog, and anxiety. Even experienced detectives had to navigate the delicate balance between credibility and conjecture. Theories about accomplices or conspiracies occasionally emerged. Some speculated that the Ripper could not have operated alone, suggesting the involvement of multiple individuals who provided assistance, knowledge, or logistical support. While most evidence points to a lone perpetrator, the possibility of collaboration demonstrates both the imaginative scope of investigators and the heightened sense of danger pervading Whitechapel. The existence of accomplice theories illustrates the broader societal attempt to rationalize acts of extreme violence that seemed beyond the capacity of a single individual. Ultimately, the multitude of suspects and theories underscores the enduring complexity of the Jack the Ripper case. Law enforcement, constrained by the investigative tools of the era, faced an adversary who exploited social, environmental, and psychological vulnerabilities. Each theory reflected a careful attempt to reconcile evidence with human behavior, opportunity, and motive, yet the absence of conclusive proof ensured that the case would remain unsolved. The Ripper's ability to evade capture reinforced his infamy and cemented the enduring fascination with the case. The investigation into suspects demonstrates both the ingenuity and limitations of Victorian policing. Detectives were meticulous, methodical, and persistent, yet constrained by the resources, science, and social dynamics of their time. Their work provides modern observers with insight into early criminal profiling, investigative strategy, and the challenges of pursuing a highly intelligent, elusive, and psychologically complex offender. The multiplicity of suspects, the speculative nature of theories, and the ultimate lack of resolution contribute to the enduring mystique of Jack the Ripper, ensuring that both the crimes and the investigation continue to captivate imaginations more than a century later. Chapter 14: Forensic Challenges and Early Criminology. The Jack the Ripper case is often remembered not only for the horror of the murders, but also for the limitations and challenges of forensic science in the late 19th century. Victorian London was a city of contrasts, sprawling, industrial, and densely populated, yet constrained by the rudimentary tools available to law enforcement. Investigators faced a landscape in which criminal activity could be concealed among shadows, fog, and social chaos, while the emerging science of criminology had yet to provide reliable methods for identification, evidence preservation, or criminal profiling. Each crime scene presented both an opportunity for discovery and a stark reminder of the limitations inherent in policing a city like Whitechapel. Crime scene management in 1888 lacked many of the systematic procedures familiar to modern investigators. Scenes were often unsecured, accessible to curious onlookers, neighbors, and even the press. The potential for contamination was high, with footprints, discarded items, and accidental disturbances complicating the reconstruction of events. Officers relied heavily on sketches, written notes, and verbal accounts to document evidence. And while these methods were meticulous for the era, they could not replace the precision offered by later scientific techniques. Each murder required painstaking observation, rapid assessment, and the ability to extract meaningful information from partial or compromised data. Post-mortem examination, or autopsy, played a central role in early forensic work, particularly in the Ripper case. Pathologists were tasked with determining cause of death, the sequence of injuries, and possible timing, often under imperfect conditions. The nature of the mutilations suggested skill and knowledge, leading some experts to consider medical training. But the lack of consistent methodology in forensic pathology sometimes resulted in differing opinions among professionals. Even small disagreements about the nature of wounds or the presence of certain marks could influence theories about motive, method, and suspect profile. The science was evolving, but the Ripper's crimes exposed the gaps in contemporary understanding and practice. Fingerprints, though known to science, were not yet systematically used in criminal investigations. Techniques for evidence collection, preservation, and analysis were still in early development, leaving police unable to rely on what would later become a cornerstone of forensic identification. Physical traces such as hair, fibers, and clothing fragments were collected when possible, yet there was no standardized approach for analysis or comparison. Each item had potential investigative value but also carried the risk of misinterpretation or degradation, particularly in a city exposed to dampness, pollution, and public interference. Blood analysis and forensic chemistry were similarly limited. The ability to detect, classify, or match biological material to individuals was rudimentary, often relying on visual inspection rather than scientific testing. Investigators could determine the presence of blood, but had no reliable means to extract DNA, blood type, or other identifying characteristics. This limitation significantly constrained the capacity to link victims to potential suspects and required detectives to focus on circumstantial evidence, witness testimony, and patterns of behavior. Early criminology, in parallel with forensic efforts, began to shape investigative thought. Figures like Cesare Lombroso had introduced theories linking criminal behavior to physical characteristics, psychological traits, and social conditions. While controversial, these ideas influenced police speculation about Jack the Ripper, leading to consideration of physical and behavioral profiling as part of the investigative process. Authorities examined the nature of the attacks, the timing, the choice of victims, and the manner of mutilation to construct hypotheses about the killer's personality, social status, and potential occupation. Though primitive by modern standards, this approach represented a nascent attempt to apply systematic reasoning to crime analysis. The environment of Whitechapel itself posed unique challenges for forensic investigation. Narrow alleys, poor lighting, heavy foot traffic, and pervasive fog hindered observation, evidence collection, and witness reliability. Crime scenes were often discovered by chance or routine patrols, limiting the ability of detectives to capture the immediate circumstances of the crime. Investigators had to navigate both the physical obstacles and the social dynamics of the district, where transient populations, overcrowding, and economic vulnerability created conditions in which crimes could be committed and concealed with relative ease. Witness testimony was a critical yet unreliable component of forensic work. Fear, poor visibility, and stress contributed to inconsistent accounts of suspects' appearance, movements, and behavior. Even those who provided detailed observations were influenced by the tension and terror that pervaded the streets at night. Police had to evaluate credibility, reconcile conflicting reports, and make judgments under pressure, aware that any misinterpretation could misdirect the investigation. The combination of social anxiety, environmental factors, and the unpredictability of human memory underscored the limitations of early investigative practice, letters attributed to the Ripper added both opportunity and confusion. Some correspondences contained details of the murders, potentially providing insight into the killer's psychology, methods, and movements. However, the prevalence of hoax letters meant that investigators had to carefully discern which communications were genuine and which were intended to mislead or sensationalize. Linguistic analysis, handwriting comparison, and contextual examination were employed, yet the science remained subjective and interpretive. These letters became a tool for early forensic psychology, illustrating the interplay between written communication and criminal investigation. The Ripper case thus represents a pivotal moment in the evolution of forensic science and criminology. The challenges faced by investigators, from crime scene management to the analysis of physical evidence and witness testimony, highlight the limitations of Victorian-era methods while also demonstrating innovation and perseverance. Detectives combined observation, deduction, emerging scientific knowledge, and community intelligence to confront an adversary who exploited both human and systemic vulnerabilities. Each step taken in the investigation, though ultimately insufficient to apprehend the killer, laid groundwork for the future development of modern forensic practice. Ultimately, the forensic challenges of the Jack the Ripper case reveal the interplay between crime, society, and science. The murders exposed the gaps in investigative methodology, the nascent understanding of criminal psychology, and the constraints imposed by environment and social conditions. The case illustrates how early criminology sought to apply systematic reasoning to unprecedented acts of violence, how investigators grappled with limited tools, and how the Ripper's elusiveness illuminated the extraordinary difficulty of pursuing a methodical, intelligent, and deadly adversary in a city of complexity and chaos. The limitations of forensic science in 1888 forced investigators to rely on intuition, observation, and meticulous documentation, even when tools and techniques were insufficient for conclusive results. Every crime scene required rapid assessment, measuring distances, documenting the victim's position, and noting environmental conditions such as weather, lighting, and pedestrian activity. Detectives had to reconstruct the sequence of events, sometimes in areas where visibility was poor, where passers-by had disturbed the site, or where the body had been discovered after significant delay. These constraints required creativity, persistence, and an acute awareness of both human behavior and environmental factors. Victimology became an essential aspect of early criminology, as detectives attempted to understand the killer through the lives and routines of his targets. The choice of victims, often vulnerable women working or surviving on the streets, suggested patterns, preferences, and opportunity. Investigators analyzed the timing of attacks, the locations chosen, and the apparent sequence of mutilations to create psychological and behavioral profiles. These assessments were rudimentary by modern standards, but represented a significant advancement in the systematic study of criminal behavior, laying the foundation for what would later become criminal profiling. The application of emerging medical knowledge also played a role. Forensic pathologists, examining the bodies, had to determine not only the cause of death, but also the order in which injuries were inflicted. The precision of certain mutilations suggested skill, and pathologists debated whether this indicated medical training, familiarity with anatomy, or an unusually dexterous individual. Each autopsy was an exercise in interpretation, requiring collaboration between police and medical experts while highlighting the limits of contemporary scientific understanding. Differences in opinion among pathologists and police officers often complicated the investigation, as conclusions drawn from injuries could suggest conflicting theories about motive and suspect identity. Early criminology also emphasized social and psychological context. Investigators considered factors such as mental health, social isolation, economic conditions, and access to tools or locations. The Ripper's apparent knowledge of Whitechapel, his choice of victims, and his ability to avoid capture suggested both cunning and premeditation. While police lacked sophisticated psychological instruments, they relied on careful observation, witness interviews, and inference to construct a profile. The interplay of behavior, environment, and opportunity became central to understanding the Ripper, reflecting an early attempt to combine criminology and investigative technique in a practical context. The physical environment of Whitechapel exacerbated investigative challenges. Narrow streets, hidden alleys, and overcrowded housing provided both concealment and escape routes for the killer. Police officers patrolled large areas on foot, often limited by manpower and visibility, while fog, poor lighting, and social commotion complicated surveillance. Detectives also had to navigate suspicion and social tension within the community, where fear, mistrust, and misinformation could hinder cooperation. The Ripper operated within this complex environment, exploiting both physical and social vulnerabilities with an ease that confounded the authorities. The hoax letters received during the investigation added layers of complexity. While some contained verifiable details, most were intended to provoke, mislead, or sensationalize. Police analysts attempted to determine authenticity through handwriting analysis, language patterns, and content evaluation, an early form of forensic linguistics. Though these techniques were in their infancy, they illustrate the creative and analytical methods employed by detectives striving to extract meaningful clues from limited and often misleading material. Each letter required careful consideration, as misjudgment could misdirect resources or focus attention on false leads. Witness testimony, essential to the investigation, presented its own difficulties. Descriptions of suspects were inconsistent, influenced by poor lighting, fear, and the stress of encountering potential danger. Even reliable witnesses could provide conflicting details, complicating attempts to build a coherent profile. Police had to weigh statements against circumstantial evidence, crime scene observations, and known patterns of behavior. These evaluations demanded judgment, patience, and a capacity to manage uncertainty, reflecting the interplay between human perception and scientific investigation. Forensic challenges also extended to the management of evidence. Clothing, personal items, and other potential traces were collected, yet preservation methods were limited. Exposure to weather, contamination, and handling reduced the usefulness of many items. Investigators had to rely on observation and interpretation, often reconstructing events based on incomplete information. These constraints highlight both the resourcefulness of police and the gaps in scientific infrastructure, emphasizing how the Ripper's elusiveness was magnified by systemic limitations. Despite these challenges, the investigation into Jack the Ripper advanced understanding of both criminal behavior and forensic methodology. The meticulous documentation of crime scenes, consideration of psychological patterns, and integration of medical and social knowledge represented early steps in a systematic approach to complex criminal cases. The lessons learned, though born from tragedy and frustration, influenced the evolution of criminology and law enforcement techniques, establishing foundations that would later allow for more precise and effective investigation of violent crime. Ultimately, the forensic challenges and early criminology of the Ripper case illustrate a crucial intersection of science, society, and human behavior. Investigators navigated an environment constrained by technological and methodological limitations while confronting a criminal whose skill, audacity, and intelligence exploited these very gaps. The case demonstrates both the potential and the limitations of early forensic investigation, offering insight into the evolution of detective work and the enduring complexity of one of history's most notorious unsolved mysteries. Chapter 15: The Legacy and Cultural Impact of Jack the Ripper. The shadow of Jack the Ripper extends far beyond the fog-filled streets of Victorian Whitechapel. Even more than a century after his crimes, the figure of the Ripper continues to captivate imaginations, influence literature, shape popular culture, and inform the study of criminology. His legacy is not simply the horror of the murders themselves, but the broader cultural and societal resonance that the case generated. The combination of mystery, brutality, and the inability of law enforcement to capture him created a lasting mythos, transforming a series of tragic events into a phenomenon that continues to intrigue, terrify, and inspire across generations. Jack the Ripper's influence on popular culture began almost immediately after the murders. Newspapers, having sensationalized the events, established a narrative framework that would endure in literature, art, and eventually film. Early accounts dramatized the figure of the killer, presenting him as intelligent, calculating, and almost supernatural in his ability to evade capture. These depictions emphasized suspense, psychological tension, and fear of the unknown, laying the groundwork for the archetype of the serial killer in storytelling. Writers, artists, and dramatists drew inspiration from the case, exploring themes of urban decay, social vulnerability, and human depravity, ensuring that the Ripper would inhabit both fact and fiction. Literature in particular absorbed the Ripper narrative, with fictionalized accounts appearing in novels, short stories, and essays throughout the late 19th and 20th centuries. Authors used the case as a lens to examine societal anxieties, particularly regarding urbanization, gender, and morality. The Ripper became a symbol of the dangers lurking within industrial cities, a representation of the unpredictability of crime, and a mirror reflecting fears about the vulnerability of women in male-dominated societies. These literary treatments helped cement the Ripper as an enduring figure in the public imagination, transforming specific historical events into universal narratives of fear, fascination, and curiosity. The emergence of film and visual media further amplified the Ripper's cultural impact. Silent films, documentaries, and later cinematic depictions explored both the crimes themselves and the mythos surrounding the figure. Cinematic techniques emphasized suspense, shadow, and psychological tension, echoing the fear and uncertainty experienced by residents of Whitechapel during the murders. The visual medium allowed audiences to engage with the story in immersive ways, deepening the psychological resonance of the Ripper as a symbol of danger, mystery, and the unknowable aspects of human nature. The killer became a visual icon. His silhouette, the foggy streets, and the image of the anonymous predator entering collective memory. Beyond fiction and media, Jack the Ripper also influenced criminology and law enforcement practices. The challenges faced during the investigation highlighted the limitations of contemporary forensic science, witness management, and investigative coordination. Lessons learned from the case informed future approaches to serial crime, criminal profiling, and the integration of psychological analysis in investigative methodology. The Ripper case became a foundational study, referenced by criminologists, police departments, and scholars exploring the behavior of violent offenders, the importance of environmental analysis, and the significance of victimology. His legacy in this field is as much educational as it is cautionary, demonstrating both the gaps in early policing and the potential for systematic study of serial crime. The social implications of the Ripper case also endure. The murders illuminated the vulnerability of women in marginalized urban spaces, highlighting issues of poverty, exploitation, and societal neglect. The lives of the victims, often overshadowed by the killer's notoriety, have increasingly been recognized in historical and sociological scholarship. Modern interpretations of the case emphasize not only the crimes, but also the structural conditions that allowed them to occur, fostering awareness of social inequities, gendered vulnerability, and the consequences of systemic neglect. The Ripper, while a central figure, thus serves as a lens through which broader societal issues are examined, providing enduring relevance beyond mere criminal fascination. Tourism and historical interest in Whitechapel have also been shaped by the Ripper legacy. Walking tours, museums, and exhibitions recreate the atmosphere of Victorian London, allowing visitors to engage with history in a tangible way. These experiences explore both the factual and cultural aspects of the case, blending education with narrative immersion. The streets themselves, once sites of fear and tragedy, have become stages for historical reflection, curiosity, and engagement, demonstrating how place and memory intertwine to sustain the cultural impact of a singular criminal figure. The fascination with Jack the Ripper extends globally, influencing media, literature, and research far beyond London. Academic studies, true crime documentaries, and investigative series explore the case from multiple angles: historical, psychological, sociological, and criminological. The Ripper becomes a touchstone for discussions about the evolution of crime, societal response, and the interplay between myth and reality. Each generation revisits the case, bringing new methods, perspectives, and interpretations, ensuring that the Ripper remains relevant not only as a historical figure, but as a subject of enduring intellectual and cultural engagement. Ultimately, the legacy of Jack the Ripper is multifaceted. He is remembered as a criminal, a cultural symbol, a catalyst for criminological development, and a lens for examining social vulnerabilities. His crimes, while specific to a time and place, resonate across eras because they illuminate fundamental aspects of human behavior, societal response, and the psychology of fear. The Ripper continues to captivate because he represents both the darkness of human nature and the challenges of understanding it. A figure whose elusiveness ensures that curiosity, speculation, and study persist generation after generation. The enduring fascination with Jack the Ripper extends into modern media, where documentaries, podcasts, films, and literature continue to explore the mystery. True crime enthusiasts, historians, and criminologists alike are drawn to the case not only because of the brutality of the murders, but also because of the profound gaps in understanding that remain unresolved. The anonymity of the killer, the ambiguity of evidence, and the enduring speculation about motives and identity provide a narrative tension that has proven irresistible to storytellers and scholars alike. Each retelling allows for reinterpretation, re-examination, and the application of new investigative methods, keeping the legend alive in contemporary consciousness. The Ripper's influence is particularly evident in the development of the true crime genre. Modern true crime media often emphasizes the psychological complexity of perpetrators, the social context of crimes, and the investigative challenges faced by law enforcement, all elements present in the Ripper case. His story established many of the conventions of the genre, a combination of mystery, terror, and societal reflection, with a focus on both the criminal and the systemic response. By examining the interplay between crime, media, and society, the Ripper narrative provides a blueprint for exploring the human fascination with the dark, the unknown, and the morally complex that in addition to media representation. The case has had profound implications for criminological theory and practice. The study of Jack the Ripper highlights the importance of victimology, geographical profiling, and psychological analysis in understanding serial offenses. Criminologists have examined his methods, choice of victims, and pattern of attacks to explore behavioral consistency, opportunity, and escalation in serial crime. The Ripper's apparent ability to evade capture underscores the significance of environmental awareness, tactical cunning, and social manipulation in criminal behavior, lessons that continue to inform both academic research and practical policing. Culturally, the figure of Jack the Ripper has become a symbol of both urban danger and the allure of mystery. His crimes illuminate the intersection of fear, curiosity, and imagination, demonstrating how society processes violence that is both extraordinary and incomprehensible. Artistic and literary interpretations frequently emphasize atmosphere, suspense, and psychological tension, portraying the Ripper as a shadowy presence whose influence extends far beyond the immediate acts. In this way, he transcends his historical context, becoming a timeless emblem of the unknown, the sinister, and the psychologically complex. The legacy also encompasses sociological reflection, particularly regarding the conditions of Victorian London. Whitechapel, with its dense population, poverty, and social marginalization, provided an environment in which vulnerability was heightened and law enforcement struggled to maintain oversight. The Ripper case draws attention to these systemic issues, highlighting how structural inequality, gendered vulnerability, and urban density can intersect to create conditions in which crime flourishes. Modern scholars often revisit the case not only to analyze the killer, but also to examine the societal forces that allowed such crimes to occur, ensuring that the historical lessons remain relevant. Tourism and historical interpretation continue to shape the cultural footprint of the Ripper. Walking tours, exhibitions, and historical reenactments bring the story to life, blending education, entertainment, and reflection. Visitors traverse the streets once walked by victims and investigators, experiencing the physical and psychological landscape of 19th century Whitechapel. These engagements allow for a tangible connection to history, fostering empathy for the victims and a deeper understanding of the investigative challenges faced by law enforcement. The physicality of place, combined with narrative immersion, ensures that the Ripper's story remains both immediate and compelling. Internationally, Jack the Ripper has influenced perceptions of crime, media, and culture. His story has been retold across continents, translated into multiple languages, and adapted into countless formats. The case serves as an example of how a local criminal phenomenon can achieve global notoriety, amplified by media attention, narrative framing, and public fascination. The Ripper has become a lens through which societies explore human behavior, fear, and morality, reflecting universal questions about the capacity for evil, the psychology of violence, and the mechanisms by which communities respond to threat. Even in contemporary forensic science, the case continues to inspire investigation and technological application. DNA analysis, geographical profiling, and behavioral assessment have all been applied retrospectively, demonstrating both the potential and the limits of modern methods in resolving historical mysteries. While definitive identification remains elusive, the ongoing efforts reflect the case's enduring scientific and cultural significance. Each new theory, analysis, or discovery adds to the layered narrative, sustaining interest and curiosity more than a century after the last canonical murder. Ultimately, the legacy of Jack the Ripper is a combination of historical reality and enduring myth. He represents the intersection of crime, media, and culture, demonstrating how a single series of events can resonate across time, geography, and disciplines. His story informs criminology, literature, art, sociology, and psychology, while continuing to captivate public imagination. The fascination lies not merely in the acts themselves, but in the mystery that surrounds them, the unknown identity, the unprovoked brutality, and the psychological impact that continues to ripple through history. Jack the Ripper's influence endures because he embodies the intersection of fear, curiosity, and human complexity. He challenges society to confront the darkness that exists within and around it, while providing a narrative structure that explores mystery, investigation, and consequence. In both historical and cultural terms, the Ripper is more than a criminal. He is a phenomenon, a cautionary tale, and an enduring object of study, curiosity, and reflection. His story, tragic and terrifying, continues to engage, educate, and intrigue, ensuring that the name Jack the Ripper will resonate for generations to come.